Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? Good. Good. It's nice to see so many friendly faces and some I haven't met yet, and we'll say hello later. We're really excited to be here with you today and talking about a coaching approach for leaders. So thanks for squeezing this into what I'm sure busy schedules all around. For those of you who I haven't met, I'm Jennifer Porter.
And I'm Chris Jarrett. Good morning, everybody.
And we're looking forward to the day with you. So good morning, Joanna. As we thought about our time with you today, we had a number of objectives that we wanted to make sure we accomplished. One, we want to give you a chance to think and reflect a little bit about your leadership. We want to have you have some opportunity to think about how you're relating to and having relationships with your colleagues. We want you to consider some new ways of possibly operating in your leadership. And we're going to teach you some very specific mindsets, concepts, and skills to help you with all of that. In short, we'd like to make sure that you leave here with an understanding of how a coaching approach can be helpful for you in your leadership. The other thing we want to do is give you a chance to get to know one another, share stories. That's obviously part of our day today. Tell you about the overall coaching approach for leaders program, and have a lot of fun. It's always pretty high on our list of important objectives.
Does that work for everybody?
Are you okay with that?
Can we do that?
So just a moment on a coaching approach for leadership and how we think about that. So as leaders, you have many choices in how you lead. You can be directive, you can mentor, you can ask questions, you can step back and let others lead. And there's sort of lots of different options that you have. A coaching approach we think of as one of the tools in your toolkit. And in fact, to extend that metaphor, you'll find we use a lot of metaphors. Within the coaching approach, we think of actually the coaching approach as a toolkit. And just like if you're building a house, there's lots of different things you're going to want to pull out of that toolkit in your building. As a leader, there's lots of different ways of being and operating that can have a real impact in how you lead. And so whether it's a collection of elements or like a hammer and nails and safety goggles, or one element like a screwdriver, we hope you leave here with some understanding about what some of the different elements are and how they might be useful to you.
Mm-hmm. Great. Well, we'd like to start by telling you a little bit about the BODA group and then go over our outline for the day. You've got some great goodies in the file folders that we've passed out, and I've just taken a little excerpt of information about the BODA group that you'll have in there, and I just want to talk through a few of these slides, so we've actually excerpted them out for you here. Just those around, thanks. I'm going to get one for myself too, so let's know where we are. Right. So you may recognize some of the individuals on there. You know you're in the right place. We're going to talk about that.
After the creative agency gave us as a PowerPoint template, I said, really, do we have to have that be the front page of every PowerPoint? And he said, no, it's your people. We have to put people up front.
I know, I had the same reaction.
You hand it to someone and they look at you and they say, oh, this is nice, picture of you.
That's great. No wonder you work here.
Right,
you
right.
Put your picture on the cover. Well, so let's move very quickly to page 2.
You're right. Skip right, have a look at Priya instead.
Right, exactly, right in front of us. The way we describe ourselves at the BODA group, we coach, teach, and advise leaders and teams to help them be more engaged and effective, leading to better results for their organization. And there's a lot in there that we hope to talk a little bit more about this afternoon, and hopefully have you experience some of that today. And let's break down each of those elements a little bit on the following slides. On the next slide, page 3, we're giving away our consulting background. Many of us worked in consulting organizations for many years, so we love matrices and x-axes. But we find it very helpful to think about what we do in this leadership development space in terms of a couple of dimensions. And along the horizontal dimension, we talk about who we work with. And we work along the full gamut from individual leaders to teams. And on the vertical axis, we talk about what we do in terms of the content and the nature of the work. And it ranges from what many of you are familiar with in executive coaching, of working with what we call what's in the room, what's actually happening right now in this conversation, and where is the leader at right now, and where do they want to get to, and what's on their mind, what's coming up in their work environment, to more formal custom content, very similar to what we're going to do today in terms of going through a workshop of a structured workshop format. The bubbles in the graph represents the different product offerings that we focus on at the BODA group. And as you can see in the bottom left corner, leadership coaching is working with an individual and for the most part working with what's in the room, what's going on at that particular point in time. Moving along to the right, we do the same type of work of working with what's happening and what's coming up, and we do that in a team environment, working with teams with the same objectives typically that you have with individual coaching, helping them be more effective, understanding their communication and improving their skills. As we sort of move up that environment, we have offerings such as the BODA Forum. And the forum is a very interesting thing, and we'll talk more about it this afternoon if you're interested, about where we get a group of leaders together. And the leaders are talking about leadership challenges. There's some custom content. We may be introducing some skills like you'll see today with listening and helpful questions. But it's mostly leaders sharing and supporting each other with our guidance and help in really becoming better leaders and understanding the impact and communication skills that they have and they want to develop with each other. Jumping up to the top left quadrant, leadership workshops. We do workshops on a variety of topics, and you'll see going across the top, the coaching approach for leaders, which you'll experience today. So I'll just let you experience that for the most part this morning. And then finally in the top left corner, leadership programs. One of the things we're very excited about is the opportunity to partner with organizations who have a real interest in taking a group of leaders and taking them through an extended leadership development program. And I'd actually love if you would be willing to take a minute and just talk about what we're doing with Microsoft. We're just so excited about it, and I want to hear what you have to say.
Okay. So we are going to be working with Microsoft, helping them develop their most senior group of high potential leaders. So Microsoft thinks of their leadership development in 4 levels of hypos. They call them benches. The top bench is called the executive bench, and those are leaders who are likely to be promoted to corporate vice president in the next 3 to 5 years. They're elected by their leaders globally once a year, and it's less than top 1% of their overall executive population. So there'll be 35 of them. It's a 2-year program. In year 1, they work in some small teams and are assigned to a coach who does one-on-one coaching with them as well as team coaching, and those teams work on a project throughout the whole year. So 7 of us from BODA will be spearheading that effort and coaching those 35 leaders. We're also helping them with the design of the program. And then in year 2, the same group of 35 will do a more intensive deep dive on their own leadership. And we'll continue to work with them, and then another bench will come up. So it's a pretty exciting program and has visibility at the highest levels at Microsoft.
Yeah, and it's fun for us because we get to sort of bring all of these different things together, doing the individual work with the individuals, working with the teams, and then having the programmatic content as well. So great stuff. And then on our next page, page 4, just want to emphasize that one of the things that we believe is really important and that we emphasize in all the work we do with all of our clients is really understanding as we go into an initiative and a program with people of how are we going to measure success? What's going to be really important? And I thought it was helpful to really think about the kinds of measures that we typically recommend and come up from our clients. And we like to think of it in both in terms of objective measures and subjective measures. So we don't need to go through each of the bullet points, but the important thing is to always have at the front of our minds, what is it that how do we know we're going to be successful? And how is that going to play out in terms of the business results? And then how do we sort of know that the individual or the team is being more effective as a leader, and what are the things we're going to look for in terms of their interactions and these sort of subjective measures? Are they changing the way that they're thinking? Are they demonstrating showing up at meetings with greater confidence? Is the overall team feeling better about the nature of the work that they're doing and feeling that they're accomplishing more? So balancing the objective and the subjective is one of the things that we feel is very, very important to bake into the work that we do. And then on the last page, just wanted to give you a sense of the breadth of industries and organizations that we've had the privilege to work with together and individually. And It's a list of, many of you might find yourselves on this list as well. So.
Exciting.
Great. We'll have, as we mentioned, we'll have time this afternoon to talk more about these and other topics maybe of interest. Any particular questions at this point?
Are you defining leaders at a certain level, or are you defining it just as leadership itself across all levels?
That's a great question. My answer to that question, and I'm seeing it, Jennifer, is that we're really focused on leadership. I think that when you think about in our actual experience, the people that will go through individual, that an organization will invest in individual executive coaching will typically be of a certain level or higher. As we do programs such as the Coaching Approach for Leaders, increasingly we're seeing organizations, particularly forward-looking HR folks, really opening that up to a broader range in the organization. So we're much more focused on sort of the impact as opposed to the particular level. How's that sound?
Great.
Okay. Great. Is that helpful, Rebecca?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. All right. So let's move on and just talk a little bit about what we'll be doing today. Our agenda is as follows. We're going to do some introductions and talk a little bit about operating principles. Operating principles is something that we put into everything that we do. And then we are going to take you into the Coaching Approach for Leaders Workshop 1. And I'd like to point out a couple things here. One is you'll notice that we have a couple of flip charts on the wall. And as questions, if you come up with questions about sort of anything at all, and it's outside of the sort of the formal workshop, or we say, hey, that's a great parking lot discussion, let's get back to that in a minute. Actually, to just jot that down, and then during a break or lunch, put that up on the wall, and we'll make sure we come back and get to all those questions. The reason we're being somewhat particular about that is that we really want to take you through the experience of the first Workshop 1 in our Coaching Approach for Leaders series. Jennifer recently attended a workshop at Harvard taught by Bob Keegan, and he made a great remark. He said, because there were many people in the audience that not only wanted to learn the content, but wanted to get back and teach that to their organization, so they had all kinds of questions. How does this work? How do you break it up? How do you ask these questions? And he said, for the purposes of when we go through the workshop, I want you to just imagine you're in a workshop in Seattle. And then at the end, we'll come back to Cambridge and we'll talk more about it. So we're going to do the same thing in a few minutes.
And the weather's agreeing with us to be in Seattle.
It feels like we're in
I was
Seattle.
noticing this morning as it was all drizzly.
Exactly.
I was like, we picked a good city.
So this will help. So in a few minutes, we are going to ask you to go to Seattle. And while in Seattle, we will go through, figuratively, thank you. We're an ISTJ.
Everybody leave.
The P's understood what I was getting
You got a
at
room
there.
full of J's, my friend, so
That's true.
you're on your toes.
There's a P around here somewhere. I love that we asked that question, by the way.
I do too.
Yeah. So we're going to go to Seattle, figuratively. And so if a question comes up about how we do this, we might say, let's capture it on the parking lot. We'll come back to it. So we just want to give you a warning that that's what we'll do. So we'll jump right into the workshop 1. We're going to we'll have a break, and we'll take a lunch hour around 1 o'clock. And during that time, we'll actually come back to Cambridge for lunch. And we'll have an opportunity at our tables to talk about a variety of things, whatever of interest to you, but we're particularly interested in hearing more about leadership challenges in your organization and questions that you have, and what are the things that you're interested in talking about and sharing with each other. Also a great opportunity for you to spend some time sharing with each other. We'll come back after lunch, and there's about another hour or so of the workshop, and we'll complete that. Then we'll all get into our imaginary plane and fly back to Cambridge and have a debrief at that particular point in time, and we will be complete by 5 p.m. Okay.
That we will.
Any questions at this point? Okay, what I'm going to ask you to do is actually everybody stand up. And we'll stretch for a moment.
Can someone lead some stretches?
Look out the window and wave goodbye to Cambridge.
Right.
And when we sit down, we will be in Seattle for Workshop 1.
All right, you can sit back down. You'll notice we move you around a lot. We like it. It sort of shifts, doesn't sort of. I have to stop saying sort of. It's a very annoying habit. Shifts energy.
Crutch word.
It is a crutch word, not one I like. Okay, so objectives. What are we trying to do today? Couple things. Actually 6. We want to put a coaching approach in context to help you think about how does this fit into your leadership in your organizations. We mentioned earlier we're going to teach you what a mindset, concept, and skill are, and some specific ones that are part of our coaching approach model. I obviously left off a word when I was writing this flip chart. Build, test, and practice these skills. I obviously wrote too many flip charts. I missed a word. So there'll be a lot of practice. This is going to be a very hands-on experience. We hope you will both build and strengthen some relationships with other folks in the room. We're going to build a process and an expectation for you that this work continues. We are not fans of what we call once and done learning. We don't think that's how folks learn well. And so since we only have you for this one snippet of time, we're going to help you figure out a path to continue to build these skills after you leave us. And we're going to make a lot of mistakes and have fun. And so we call that getting messy. And we think it's really important to learning. And should I tell Calvin and Hobbes?
Well, now that you've said that.
Say it. Okay. So this is great Calvin and Hobbes cartoon, and Calvin and Hobbes are walking along on a sidewalk, and there's a big puddle, and one of them slips and falls in the puddle. I don't know. Calvin, thank you. Always remind me of this. And so he slips and falls in the puddle, and then in the next frame, he stands up and he says, "Ta-da!" You know, point being, great, whatever. I fell in a puddle. That's no big deal. And we hope you all fall in puddles today. Because we actually believe that if you're not making mistakes, you're probably not learning. And so we want this to be a place where it's okay to try something out, get it totally wrong, recover, try something again. Does that make sense?
How does that sound to people?
Good. Pardon?
I was just asking him.
Okay. All right, so let's talk a little bit about operating principles. So operating principles are about the kind of relationships we want to have in this room and the way we want to work together. They're also about how to make sure you get a return on the investment of your time and energy today. You all could have been someplace else, and we're glad you're here, but we want to make sure we create the right learning environment. So we have a few operating principles. One is no electronic distractions. So in general, everyone's good, like the Blackberries are away, the laptops are away. Usually this is the moment that all the laptops get folded down and get stuck under the table. Obviously, if there's something urgent happening for you and you need to respond to that, feel free to do what you need to do. But in general, if we can minimize electronics, that's helpful. We're going to start and end on time, including at the breaks. Take care of your needs. If you need water, you need coffee, restrooms you probably all found are sort of down the hall. But that also includes your learning needs. If something we're saying just isn't making sense, stop us and say, I have no idea what you're talking about. And we'll backtrack. We do this thing that I think they do in schools where we raise our hand when we want people's attention. The Teach for America folks are going to be smiling. It's very well known. In a big room, when you all get talking, it's hard to get folks' attention, and it's miraculous how that happens. So when we raise our hand, raise your hand too, and just stop talking. Confidentiality, that's a big one. So the work we're going to do today, we're going to ask you to talk about real live situations in your life. There are no role plays. Nothing is made up or pretend, which means you're going to come with topics and issues that are really important to you. We're going to ask that you all hold confidentiality and leave whatever's said personally in this room. Obviously, the skills we're building, you don't have to stay here. But anything that you hear from another participant, we're going to ask you to make sure you leave in this room. We're going to bring real topics, no role plays. Set aside judgment. I think judging by your pre-work, you've already done that. Take risks and make mistakes, we've covered. Bottom lining, in a large group, there's so much to say, and so one of the operating principles that we have at the BODA group is the idea of bottom lining, which is saying what we have to say in as few words as possible. Everyone participates, and we're going to have fun. Anything we've missed up here that feels important to you that we should be adding?
Can we have a show of hands if you're willing to
abide by the operating principles?
Abide by the operating principles today? Oh, wow.
Great.
Great. Thank you. Good. Well, let's take a few minutes to do some introductions.
Want me to put that up?
Yeah, let's actually put it up in a more
I'll do that.
Conspicuous spot there,
Great.
perhaps. First of all, thank you so much for completing your pre-work. It's great to really get to know you a little bit by reading them through, and we were always so eager to learn about people, and the first pre-work is a great thing to read, and we really enjoyed that and appreciate as Jennifer mentioned, the candor and the heartfelt nature of everything that you wrote. And we also hope that by putting that pre-work out there, it gave you a chance to begin to reflect on your leadership and some of the things that you're hoping to get out of the work today. But we still don't really know you yet, and many of you don't know each other. So we'd like to go around the room and do some introductions. And we'd like you to focus on 3 questions. I'd like you to remember what Jennifer said about bottom lining. And First is your name, organization, and role. Second question, one thing that you're hoping to get out of our time together today. And then finally, third question, one compliment or word of phrase, or a phrase that means a lot when somebody says it to you. And I would love to ask Jennifer to start us off.
Great. So Jennifer Porter, I'm the managing partner at the BODA Group. One thing I want to get out of our time together today is I'm really curious to hear about what's happening in your organizations and the challenges that you're facing when we come back to Cambridge this afternoon. And one compliment of word of praise that means a lot to me to receive is when somebody tells me that I have vision. And it always I feel simultaneously thrilled that they've said it and completely disbelieving that it's true, because it feels like too big a word of praise for me, like I don't fill those shoes, but it always feels really nice when I hear it.
Thank you.
Shall we go this way?
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. I'm Joanna Lane. I work for Viva Key, which is advertising local infrastructure of advertising agencies across globally, actually. One thing I'd like to get out today is I've had several conversations with Jennifer and Priya, and I'm looking forward to sort of seeing this in action, trying to see how we can maybe bring some of their work into our organization. Because of the nature of my role, I don't have, the people that I rely on, my partners are varied and really spread out. So I think that one thing that means a lot to me is that I know that I can be sort of a go-to person without having real direct people on my team. That is an impact.
Great, thanks.
Thanks, Joanne.
I'm Siobhan Ely. I work at Teach for America, and I manage a team of designers. So we create trainings for people who work with our teachers. I am hoping to get just concrete skills and approaches to building leadership out of today, both for myself and for the people that I work with. And one compliment that means a lot to me, I'm really trying to be reliable and someone that people can count on. So if people tell me that I'm reliable, I appreciate that.
Hi everybody, I'm Leah Wienendahl-Selk. I'm also from Teach for America, and I'm actually on Siobhan's team as a designer. So I work on creating training to help and support our managers that are in charge of teacher leadership development teams. So one thing I would love to get out of today is just better understanding how to infuse leadership development into our training of teachers. I'm really excited to think about that and consider implications for my role. And one compliment or word of praise that means a lot to me is when I create something or when I coach someone, to hear that was helpful or that it changed people's practice.
Thanks, Leah.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Kate Williams, and I am also a Teach for America, but
We didn't plan this table to be Teach for America table, but we have one more coming.
but I work on the alumni leadership development team on the national team and head that up, and I'm thinking both personally to think about developing my own coaching as well as thinking about how we can work with our alumni of our organization to really help them see themselves as leaders from day one and moving forward on their own leadership pathway and really maximize their impact. So just excited to learn some new tips and apply them. And my compliment that I think I like receiving, similar to what Leah said, is just that folks think that I helped push their thinking or really help them grow.
Great, thanks, Kate.
Thanks, Kate.
I came a little late. Sorry about that. My name is Meredith. I also work at Teach for America.
Oh no, I didn't know.
I manage the teacher preparation program in Connecticut, and my team came to the BODA workshop last spring and loved it. But I had a new baby at the time and couldn't come, so I'm here now to learn what they learned, and I'm really looking forward to it. What was the last part about a compliment?
Compliment or word of praise that means a lot to you to receive.
Yeah, I would say hearing that I understand where they're coming from and that has influenced my approach in some way.
Great.
Thanks, Ben. Hi, Rebecca.
Oh, okay. I'm Rebecca Walker. I work for Wellington Management Company, not Teach for America. I think what you guys do is great. So I'm the Director of Learning and Development for Wellington. You know, I actually have come for, I'm going to pinch somebody else's phrase here that you probably have heard before. I've come for some balcony time. I sort of am in the day-to-day of rebuilding a function and looking at programs for right across the organization. And sometimes it's nice just to get out of that and see what's going on out here in the world at places like Teach for America and other organizations, and what the BODA group have got to offer. In terms of a compliment or word of praise, I think somebody actually, I'm going to use something that it meant a lot when I received it, and I doubt whether I'll receive it again, but it was, you added grace in a time of chaos.
Wow.
So that was, yeah.
I hope you receive it again.
It would be good, wouldn't it?
But maybe not today.
The chaos part, the grace we can bring on, but the chaos we
bring
don't
on
need.
the grace.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
I really like that a lot because being a special event industry, which is where I come from, that would really be a terrific compliment as an event planner. Hi everyone, my name is Karen Salmini and I'm the Senior Director for Development for a nonprofit organization called Triangle. We provide innovative services for folks with disabilities, and so I'm really excited to be here and especially excited that I hope to walk away with some new and refreshing skills that will help to not only excite my board and helping them empower them for leadership, but also to help me build my own personal goals of not trying to carry and take on so much for myself, and do more of the leadership and delegating in a way that does, in fact, empower my staff and volunteers. So I get caught up in that a lot. The biggest compliment that I think I most recently received, whether it's from my kids and my grown children and my students, because I do some teaching on the side, is that you really are my mentor. And that's just something that really hits home to me.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Renata Visconta. I work with a company named Granger. It's a Fortune 300 company out of Chicago. I lead leadership development and career development for the company. Really happy to be here. I think for any of these kinds of development activities, that for me it's always the what and the who. So I've worked in coaching and leadership development for a while. And so I'm always interested to learn new approaches on something that I'm very personally passionate about. And also the who part of it is just to get to know more people and connect some names with some faces and develop some early relationships. And I think in terms of the compliment or the word or phrase, I've been in consulting for a long time as well, so I think this comes from my consulting days when I heard, thanks, you added a lot of value.
Wow. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Tom Cahill. I work for Bessemer Trust in New York, which is a private wealth company. I have kind of a dual role there. I am a senior HR business partner as well as director of learning and development. And that director of learning and development is a one-person show, which is me. So, one thing that I would like to get out of today's session is basically what your process is when it comes to coaching. I mean, there are many, many processes out there, and just very interested in learning your process. I think that in terms of a compliment, it's a simple thank you. So many times you don't get that. And when I do receive it, I'm very happy that someone expressed that to me. So.
Thanks, Tom.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Atwater, and I work at Digitas, which is part of Iviki. I work with Joanna. And in my role there, I'm an associate director of learning and development. And one thing that I'm really excited to get out of today's workshop is to just strengthen and add to a theme that Jennifer brought up earlier, and that's the toolkit. Looking for adding to my approach, my skill set when it comes to coaching. And in terms of a compliment or a word or a phrase, something that's been said a number of times is "thank you for your help," or "wow, that opened my eyes to something," and I've been able to use that. That's another one that's great, is I've been able to go ahead and use that, so it's really cool.
Thanks. Table number 3.
Hi, I'm Karen Fibio. I'm the Director of Training at Goodwin Proctor, a law firm in town. And we've been doing a lot of leadership training over the years, so I'm really excited today to kind of look at a different approach to leadership training from the coaching side of things and figure out how we can add more coaching into our culture and how I personally can integrate a coaching style into my own leadership style to be more effective. A compliment or word of praise, I think it's been said many times, but the idea where someone says, "thank you for helping me, you really made an impact." A couple people who've worked for me have said, "I find you my trusted advisor," and that really meant a lot to me.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Veronica Chow. I'm the partner and a regional director for Dahlberg Global Development Advisors. We're an international development strategy consulting firm, and we work with large international development agencies and foundations. I also have a dual role. I spend about 75% of my time with clients, so large international development agencies and foundations, and then my largest client is Dahlberg itself, where I oversee the finance operations and people team side of the business, and the people side of the business is one of my most rewarding aspects of the job. I'm here because the BODA group led a fabulous session with my team, and it's similar perspective I had to visit, so I'm so curious to hear all this great stuff that they are telling me about. And a compliment I received recently, a woman who worked for me 2 years ago sent me like a little cue card with a handwritten note that one piece of advice that I gave her, she still carries with her to this very day in her new position. And that was really sweet. So,
Nice.
I'm Deb Hills. I work for the Parthenon Group. It's a strategy and management strategy consulting firm. I head up the global HR and professional development function. BODA Group's done a couple of sessions, both with our partner group as well as the group one notch down. What I am hoping to get out of today, as being in the HR function as well as being a mother of 2 little kids, I feel like I spend all my time thinking about how other people are doing and what other people are doing, and I just want to spend a day thinking a little bit about my own.
Here.
Myself.
Good.
And in terms of a compliment that's meant a lot to me, working in a consulting firm, everything is about data and insights, and everyone's trying to out-insight each other. And every once in a while, when you're able to actually provide something that makes people sit back and say, "Wow, that was really insightful," related to the people side of the business. I take a lot of pride in occasionally being able to have those moments within a firm.
I'm Christina Zedanis. I work for RISI. We provide economic data to the pulp, paper, and forest industry. I'm the director of HR, and I oversee a global HR, the global HR piece of our business. Really today, I just want to strengthen my coaching skills. Being in HR, you're on a daily basis. I find that I'm coaching, whether it's managers, directors, the CEO, employees, and so I really just want to strengthen my coaching skills. And a compliment would be, and I think people have already said this, is thank you. You've really added value to not just the situation, but the organization. And hearing that, every day you go into work, hoping that you're adding value, but to hear it really makes you feel good. So.
Hi everyone, my name is Amanda Sider. I think I might be the last teacher from America. I am on our local, our Massachusetts team, and I lead our alumni affairs work here. In that work, I coach and support, literally hundreds and hundreds of education professionals each year, and I realized I've actually had very little structured training as to how to do that. So I think I've been pretty good, but one thing I want to get out of today is to get a little uncomfortable with things and try some new ideas and approaches and not take for granted that.
We gotta make sure we give her a second.
the way I've been doing everything is the best way.
She's good.
I also sit on the board of trustees for a network of charter schools, and in that capacity of
awesome.
learning the world of governance and coaching executive director about some things, and so I think this will all be coming in very handy there. And then also on a practical level, we're hopefully expanding our partnership with the BODA group locally. We're going to do an exciting workshop with some school leaders here. So, so a lot to get out of today. And the compliment that means a lot to me is that when I'm told in a group setting or in a meeting, afterwards, you really advance the conversation, or you really move to the ball of, the whole group. That means a lot to me.
My name's Tara Griesbach, and I'm one of the HR business partners for the growth organization at Athena Health, right in Watertown. One thing I'd like to get out of today, really strengthen my coaching skills and be able to kind of move automatically into coaching from, as opposed to consulting or giving advice, kind of just to get more comfortable with that, and to take a step back as well. And one compliment that I received recently that means a lot was actually from our VP of HR, and she told me she felt I was the most strategic HR business partner, which is something I strive for, really kind of understanding the business side of things. Great.
Thanks, Tara.
We have a few more members of our team to go through, but before I just want to pause for a minute and say what a great
really
group
exciting.
we've been so lucky to assemble today, and it's just great to hear a little bit more about each of you as we go forward. I'm even more excited to be working with you today. So we have a couple other members of the BODA team.
I'm Hendy Dayton. I'm a principal and executive coach with the BODA group. One thing I'm looking forward to getting out of our time together today is seeing how the work that we do impacts your specific work environments. We really get jazzed by how we see this work landing and how it's implemented and what your experience is. So look forward to that sharing. One compliment, a word of praise. I keep going back to my teenage son who just thanked me for listening. Thank you so much for listening. And I find that with my clients too, that sense of helping them feel heard. It means a lot.
I'm Nancy Harwood. My background is in HR, so I feel like I'm back among my tribe. Like this. I'm really hoping to learn a lot about the leadership challenges that you're all working on in your company today. I think an interesting word of praise that I received once was that I had good court skills, and that's a tennis term for being able to not just play the ball, but see all the things that are happening on the court and about to happen on the court at the same time.
Thanks,
That's fantastic.
Nancy.
Thank you, Nancy. Hendy and Nancy will be doing a number of important things today. We work together as a team, and we've asked Hendy and Nancy to be in the room to notice what's going on. You'll notice that they each have their pens at the ready. They'll be taking notes about things that they notice. In our spirit of confidentiality, we just want you to know that anything that comes up that they write down, we're going to use for sort of our internal improvement and development purposes. We've asked them to pay absolute attention to everything that's going on and also to help us make sure everything runs smoothly. And so they're not going to be participating in the debrief discussions that we do, but we wanted you to know that that's very much by design, not because we wanted to stuff them in the back of the room and not have them talk. So thank you both for being here. It's just going to be great to
And
be
you'll
working with
enjoy
you
talking
today.
with them over lunch and
Absolutely.
breaks. They have lots to.
And by the way, when we come back to Cambridge, they'll be in
Right,
Cambridge
they'll come
with
back
us.
to right. They're waiting for us in Cambridge.
Their roles in the back are exclusive to their work here in Seattle. So I haven't gone yet. My name is Chris
Sorry,
Cherry.
our videographer guy.
Yes, I'm going to do him afterwards.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Ta-da!
Just want to make sure we didn't forget. Go
know.
ahead.
I'm Matt. Oh no, that's sorry. I'm Chris Cherrick. I am a principal at the BODA Group, and one of the things that I am really curious and interested in getting out of today is to learn from each of you what excites you about this stuff, the things that we're doing. What's the exciting part for you? So I'm hoping to go around and get that from you today. And a compliment that really means a lot to me is when people say to me, Chris, you really help me understand that fundamentally things are going to be all right. That's sort of one of the roles that I often play in things that I work, so that's a great thing. And last but certainly not least is Matt, our colleague in the back here who is videotaping. Wanted to let you know that Matt has his camera trained on Jennifer and I. We're doing this recording primarily for our internal purposes. We may use a snippet or two in our marketing efforts, but it's primarily for us to just learn more about ourselves and how we deliver today. So is everyone okay with that camera being trained on us this morning? Okay, great. And if you have any issues
if
about it,
you want to be in the pictures, we're more than happy to have you. We just didn't want anyone to feel like they
exactly. We can do a sweep or whatever if we want. So I think we're all good. Let's move forward.
How did I ever doubt you? How silly of me.
I can think of things that might have given you that impression.
So we're going to launch right into a demonstration to give you a sense of what does this coaching approach mean. So a word on language. You'll notice today that when we refer to the person utilizing the coaching approach, we refer to them as the leader, and the person they're speaking with we refer to as the colleague. That just helps us keep straight who's who when we ask you to say, what did you see when this person said X and Y? So so Chris is going to be the leader in this exercise, and we want you to pay attention, try to pay attention to Chris. What is going to be tempting is he's going to speak with one of you here. We have a volunteer lined up. Your inclination is going to be to pay attention to the colleague because what they're saying is going to be so fascinating. So you have to keep an ear there. But really what we want you to think about is trying to pay attention to Chris and watch what he does and what he says and what he doesn't say so you can get a sense of what some of these elements of a coaching approach are. Okay? Amanda, you want to come on up?
Thanks, Amanda.
So this is unrehearsed, unscripted. Yes. Yeah, and I'll leave it at that. We're going to remember confidentiality. I'm going to go over here to get me a little bit more out of the way.
Will you just give me a 2-minute?
Sure, will do.
And this is going to be a pretty brief demo. It's not be like a full coaching session. But hi, Amanda.
Hi, Chris.
Welcome. What would you like some coaching on today?
Okay, so I'll try to keep the backstory brief, but essentially I organize a lot of alumni, and we're trying to build a movement here towards educational equity in Massachusetts. And I feel like in order to do that, I've got to empower my people and make sure it's not just the Amanda Show, but it's there's a lot of programming by and for and about alumni. So to that end, I have an alumni advisory board, and the goal was that this group would put together social events, service events. Build community and unity in our work. And so this board has a leadership structure. It's 2 co-chairs, and then people sit on committees. And I've had some challenges in working with the board, and I think they're rooted in the following things. For one, I'm struggling with trying to give them autonomy, like authentic ownership over the work. Make this your own. This is your movement. Don't have to do everything I say because I'm the alumni leader. I'm trying to do that simultaneously. There's certain aspects of what they're doing that I have a very strong opinion about how they should be.
I noticed you just have a strong opinion about that. Okay, good. I got that.
So, for instance, from a marketing standpoint, from a project planning standpoint, I don't have a direct reporting relationship with them. They're volunteers, and that makes it difficult sometimes because I'm walking this line between empowerment but also trying to coach them and show them here's the right way, or what I think is the right way, to how to go about something, or that event you planned, it was good, but it could have been great had we planned it more than 2 weeks in advance. And so I'm struggling with providing them the right level of support.
The right level of support. Yeah. So I'm sort of hearing this continuum. There's empowerment on the one hand, and that's an important thing, and at the same time, there's sort of the making sure that it happens in a way that's representative of the organization.
Exactly.
And that is representative of you to some extent as being person.
Well, that's the risk. How do I let go but know that once they end their volunteer term, my professional reputation, my team's reputation is still very much tied up in the work that they do.
Yeah, so this side as opposed to the empowerment side sounds like what's in the front of your mind, but I want to check that out. What's the topic here? Is it empowering them more? Is it making sure that there's quality, or is it balancing both? What's most important for you right now?
I guess I would say it's both. I think I really do want them to be empowered, but I want to also set them up for success and long-term success. I think a challenge within myself is trying to make sure I'm checking my own assumptions that this way I think I have about the right way to do something is really the right way. And that, you know, I think sometimes if I let go, you know, people will try different things or do different things that I might not have thought of, and I think that's important. At the same time, I think a particular challenge of managing volunteers is that, you know, I want to keep people motivated, I want to keep them excited and empowered and make them feel like this is worth their time, even though they've got, you know, life and job and kids at home. And so I think in some ways it's an issue for myself. Is someone in a position to coach and develop them to like figure out how much I want to.
Let me jump in,
because
I know I want to be conscious, I want to get you all the value out of this time together. I was just thinking about, you know, as you presented, motivating the staff and sort of making sure we have a quality product, almost as if there's sort of a trade-off in some extent or a balance. And I'd like you to try something on. What if you could do both of those things at the same time? What if there isn't a trade-off? Let's throw out that question. What does that bring up for you?
I think that would be great. I think there's
What would be great about that?
Well, I think what would be great is that at the end of the day, then there would be more value in our community. Like there would be more power in my alum hands to like actually, you know, run with things and do things, but in a way that's strong, and theirs, which I think is as important.
There's something I want to bring up that you said at the very beginning, and I don't remember if you remember, but when you were just talking, you said we are on a mission, something to that effect. And when you said that, I found myself sitting up and paying attention and wanting to know what happened. And what would it be like, and for your staff to really get the volunteers, that they're on a mission?
Well, I think it would mean more of the vision comes from them, that they're generating that, and I'm starting to see that somewhat. For instance, the board has sort of kind of almost accidentally become kind of a social body, and I do think there's some very concrete work that they can do, so they're very fired up right now about helping to support some of the reform efforts in Lawrence, a city near here. And in that shift, I've seen much more excitement and initiative from them, which in turn...
What's going on there? Where's that coming from?
Well, I think it's something that feels like powerful to them. It's something that feels like, you know, if we get this together and we get some alumni, you know, volunteering and getting involved in this community, like, you know, there will be actual change in the world, and we will have been the agents of that. And I think that's...
You did that again. We're going to have change in the world. We'll be the agents of that. As I see you describe that, there's such a power and there's such an enrolling nature of that. I'm ready to go off and sign up to be on the board as well.
Great.
And I'm wondering, what's your sense of, do the volunteers, what would it be like for the volunteers to really get that? Do they get that now?
2 minutes.
Thank you.
So I think it would be, I think it could increase their efficacy because they would, I think, although they understand, you know, how to connect the dots between like great planning up front leading to better outcomes, I think it would feel a little more urgent for them. I think if they felt truly empowered and excited about things, they might more proactively reach out for support instead of feeling like they're just going to charge ahead and come to us only if there are problems.
You strike me as someone who is so motivated to do the work that they do. And I'm wondering, I'm really curious, what would it be like for those volunteers to have that same feeling of motivation?
I think it would be great. I mean, I think, not to keep going back to challenges, I mean, but these are people who are by and large education professionals, you know, they're working in the work all day. But I think if I could help them see themselves as leaders of the other 1,200 people, and not sort of just helping, you know, the board or Amanda out with a couple of projects, I think that would be very exciting.
Yeah. What's one question that you could ask, because we're going to stop here in a minute.
Okay.
And I'd like to propose one question that you could ask these, the board members to begin to build that spirit that seems to be so important. And what might that question be?
What would you like your legacy to be as a board member?
Fantastic. You just feel that hit me. It just, what does that feel like to you when you ask that question?
It feels empowering.
Yeah, it is. Will you do that?
I will.
You will. When will you?
November 7th.
November 7th. Fantastic. And will you send me an email and just let me know how that came out?
Absolutely.
Well, great. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you want to say before we bring this to a close?
Excited to debrief.
Great. Thanks, Amanda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right. So before we jump into the debrief, one of the things we say in these workshops is when the conversation's done, it's done. What we mean by that is when we do the debrief, we're going to talk about what Chris said and did, and try not to get into Amanda's particular issue, as fascinating as that may be to us. And in general, when we have these kinds of conversations, we ask that you not continue the dialogue with the individual once we leave the room. They may want your opinion, they may ask you for it, which is great, but sometimes people share things that feel a little vulnerable to them, and to then be at a coffee break and have someone say like, oh, that thing you shared that was really, really hard, I really want to talk about it now, they might not want to go there right then. All right, so what did you notice in that conversation?
Yeah.
Chris was really picking up on her energy, and that's where he kind of paused and said, I noticed you did this, or you lightened up, and that was kind of cool to help direct the conversation.
Yeah.
It's very learner-driven, so I saw you listening a lot, and at certain points during the conversation, you stopped and clarified and said what you were hearing, but she did most of the talking.
Lee, I want to ask a follow-up. You said you saw me listening. What did you see?
I saw you looking really attentively at her. I saw you nodding your head. I saw you leaning forward, and you also were making. And this wasn't be seen, but you were saying, indicating that you were hearing.
Great
noticing. What else did you notice? Yeah.
Chris, you were bringing kind of a bigger picture perspective. So when you said, what if you didn't have to make a trade-off? Oftentimes the subject that we're coaching is so in their own reality that bringing that bigger picture or that other option to the table is helpful. So I noticed that you did that.
Yeah. Rebecca, you're going to say something.
I saw two skills, and then I saw you go deeper. So the skills I saw summarizing the issue. But in summarizing, you also added more that took her a little deeper. You summarized an issue and then added on to the end of it, and it's representing you. It brought her in, which she hadn't actually said, but you brought her back into the picture she painted. And then I saw you really helping to seek clarity, but it wasn't for you. I didn't feel it was for you. I felt like it was helping Amanda have more clarity. What's the topic and what's important here? And then I saw you go into mindset. I saw you go deeper than the content. And you're seeing this as a trade-off. And I'm wondering if it could come together. And that felt like a mindset shift.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Great awareness.
Yeah, good awareness.
I saw a hand back here. Someone? No? Yes, please. Amanda, please do.
I think one thing that I picked up on about halfway through is that I felt like you were continuously asking me about like subjunctive, imaginary states of things. I feel like my inclination is to look at the facts. Here's what it is, and I feel like you were pushing me to say well, what would this be like, or what if this, or what would that? And I was just I'm doing a lot of imagining, and that just felt different.
Yeah, Christina.
Yeah, Christina.
I think that you really pulled out the key words. So there were words like mission that she had used, or you had asked her, and she kind of came back with that word. And I think that was really important because you were able to pick up on the key power words, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Interesting. Yeah.
What was surprising about what Chris said or did or didn't say or do?
If
felt like a lot was accomplished in a short amount of time.
8 minutes to be precise. Yeah.
By the end of that 8-minute conversation, you felt like you were just in a slightly different place.
Yeah.
You didn't tell, you led through your open-ended questions, and you helped Amanda create a view of what success looked like for her, or her organization.
Hi, Karen.
And just having a little bit of exposure to coaching, it wasn't surprising, but I still find it very cool how little you have to say as the leader to have a huge impact and help someone reach a resolution or a plan for moving forward.
What do you make of that?
It's cool.
It is cool. I agree with you.
Listening is really important in helping someone, you know, kind of navigate a path by asking them questions and facilitating their journey. I think instead of telling them what to do or being a problem solver, I tend to be a problem solver, so that's really helpful for me.
I was surprised by the question you started with, like what do you want coaching on today? I thought that just immediately put the ball in her court. You didn't give any context how the conversation was going to go. It was like, I'm taking the lead from you. What do you want coaching on today?
Yeah. What do you imagine the impact was on Amanda of that conversation? We'll let her tell us in a moment, but what do you imagine, just watching that conversation, what do you imagine the impact was on her?
I think that it made, or actually, you said this earlier, but it made her think in a different way, which when you're working on an obstacle, you're so in it, and then you allowed her to kind of step back and look at a broader picture. So I think that was one of the big impacts.
Yeah, Leah.
I also think that she got a sense that you really care. And how I got that was obviously the eye contact, your tone of voice. You smiled, you gestured. You were really talking to me when we were having a conversation.
For noticing.
You could have a million things on your mind, but I would never know that.
Hold that thought.
Right, we're going to come back.
We will absolutely talk about that a little bit later in the workshop. Yeah.
It felt like it empowered her to realize that she already had what she needed. Just sort of like opened her up to really understanding that you kind of helped her pull that out, so that all she needed to do is ask the question.
Someone else.
What
Yeah.
I would add to that is, I would say empowered, and then I would also say she probably better understood the right next steps to take because she's the one who did the thinking. She's the one who articulated the next steps. So it wasn't like she was taking a set of directives that she didn't really understand. She had articulated the path.
Yeah. Amanda, let's check in with you. What was the impact?
I think so many things have already been said that were right on. I think to summarize, I'd say like I left feeling like I didn't have to go get an answer from someone else. Instead, like I felt like I probably had known the answer all along, which was pretty exciting.
And what did it feel like to be on this end of that conversation, other than 15 people watching you?
I mean, it felt very comfortable for sure. It felt very, very safe.
Oh, good.
You know, it felt like I could just go off on a tangent. That would be okay. Bring it back. And I think it sort of engaged that part of me that like wants to work through something. Like I felt like it was in partnership, and I was like, let's deal with this. And that was.
There's an energy in that. Sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, could you say that again? That's a great phrase. It engaged the part of you that.
I don't remember what I said.
You said something. We back up the tape. It was something effective. It engaged the part of you that wanted to work.
Wanted to work through it.
Wanted to work through it.
Solve the problem.
And something about working it through with another person.
Yeah, I think that it's very easy. I think we all have things that we'd rather not deal with, and we might find ourselves deprioritizing them or avoiding them. And I feel like in that conversation, I was like, you know what? Yes, like let's take this on. Like let's do this.
Wow.
That was,
Great.
that was good.
What do you? How is this different or the same from conversations you usually have in your organizations today?
Yeah, Christina.
I feel like often people come and want me to give them the answer, and you kind of fall into that, or you guide them. But here, you were kind of guiding her, but not really. You were just asking other questions. You were just provoking her to come to the answer or the conclusion herself.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Karen.
Leaders talk a lot more.
Yes. Yes,
And
leaders.
might not have as much of an impact.
Mm.
I think it's also rare to have that much, I know 8 minutes is brief, but at the same time, I think it's rare to have that much time sometimes when you think about all the other things that you might check in with a team member on and make sure to just protect the time and talk about one problem to solve or one thing to do rather than feeling like it's checking off a bunch of boxes.
Isn't that interesting? Because you said it was 8 minutes. And you said, boy, preserve that time. And you know how hard it is to preserve that time. And it was 8 minutes. So imagine, 10 minutes if you just, as you're thinking about focusing that. It's a very powerful concept, Kate. Thank you.
I was also thinking about, in watching the both of you, of really synthesizing the issue and, again, being really attentive, but then unveiling those, what has been synthesized. And sometimes we do get caught up so much with the weeds and the minutiae that we, and the drama that can kind of go on around us, that we really need that help to just identify what the real issue is.
Yeah. And Deb, you had something you want to add?
So many of the conversations at work, they're just very transactional.
Right.
You come in with your checklist, and I've got 15 minutes, and we've got to talk through X, Y, Z. Bam! All right, I'm on to my next meeting.
Right.
It's rare that you actually have an opportunity to think and have sort of a conversation, discussion like that.
Right.
Great. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still really focused on this idea of like the time orientation of it. So I mean, this is making me think that like we even call our check-ins often like progress checks or progress. Like it's very much about like what has already happened and then some next steps, and it's not like a future-looking conversation. It's all about like what are the facts, what are the data, what does that tell us, so therefore what do we do? But it's not well what if or what would or what could be, and I think that's a distinction.
Yeah.
That imagination piece. Yeah. Shall we move on? Does that work?
Yeah, great. Thank you, everybody. So let's talk a little bit about more. What does it mean to use a coaching approach? And how does this fit into the broader context of operating as a leader? Well, let's start with our definition of coaching. We refer to coaching as a powerful, intentional, and trusting partnership that builds awareness, reflection, responsibility, and learning, and helps leaders and teams to be more effective and more fulfilled.
There's a lot there.
There is a lot there. And I'm just pausing on a few of the words: awareness, reflection, responsibility, and learning. And the other word I think that's really critical is intentional. And I'm just thinking about that echoing in the debrief that we had, where that we had a small period of time, but it was there was something that was very focused and intentional about what we were doing in that conversation. Voice up, yeah, thank you. So let's now we've used the word coaching a few times and we've defined coaching, and I want to be clear about what we are doing in this workshop today and what we do in the larger program, and that we're not focused on training each of you to be professional coaches, though a lot of you do that as part of your work. Rather, we're bringing a set of skills and techniques from the coaching profession that we believe can be very effective to leaders in whatever role that they're playing as leaders in their organization. Metaphor that we like to use on this is, imagine we are helping you to become runners who run for health and maybe compete in a few races each year. It's a very serious part of your life, but you're not intending to be part of the U.S. track and field team. So we're not training you to be on the U.S. track and field team. We're training you to be very effective, conscious, intentional weekend runners who compete in races and who take this as a very key part of their lives.
My turn.
Yes.
So the coaching profession and the principles that you learn if you were to go and do coach training and certification are really deeply rooted in science. And there's quite a lot in both the psychology literature and the business literature to support many of the things we're going to talk about today and the other elements of the coaching approach for leaders model. One example of that is a psychologist, very famous psychologist who was at Harvard, David McClellan, who did work on human motivation and psychological needs. And he talked about these needs as being as important to us as the need for water or shelter or oxygen, just because they were psychological needs, no different in terms of how big they were. And the three he identified were the need to achieve, the need for affiliation, and the need for power. And so by defining them as psychological needs, he was saying these aren't just things that we want, that are sort of nice to have, they're things that we are pretty compulsively driven to get. So we'll take them one at a time. So the need to achieve. When you take a coaching approach, a lot of your effort is in helping your colleagues to figure out what they want and then help them to get it. Doing that is helping them to achieve. So you're reinforcing one of their fundamental psychological needs. The second, the need for affiliation, is really about connection and authentic relationship. And as you saw in the conversation between Chris and Amanda, there's a real intimacy that's built in these conversations that is very connecting and really meets that second need for affiliation. And then third, the need for power. We interpret the need for power as the power to make choices unencumbered and to really be, in coaching language we say, at choice and being responsible for the choices that we're making. And when you're using a coaching approach, as you saw in that demonstration, you're really helping your colleague to have power over their own lives and their own choices. So a really powerful way that we're reinforcing some very basic, fundamental human needs.
Great, fantastic. So let's, when we think about how leaders effectively use a coaching approach, we think of it in three parts. And we illustrate that in our coaching approach for leaders model. The first area are mindsets. This came up earlier, Rebecca brought up. And mindsets refer to the way you think about and frame your colleague and the interaction, the conversation that you're having. And we identified 4 critical mindsets.
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Sure.
Many of you are pulling this out of your folder. This is also in your folder if you don't want to scribble all this down.
Fantastic, thanks, good work. We have the 4 mindsets that we identify in this model are empathy, safe space, holding your colleague as capable, creative, and complete, and being with and for your colleague. Concepts, if we move down to the bottom left, get a little more tactical and include the way you engage with your colleague, the direction that you're taking in the conversation, and what you're looking for and what you're moving towards in having the coaching conversation. And the concepts that are part of our model are values, perspectives, and this came up, somebody mentioned that earlier, self-management, which Tom brought up earlier, we'll talk a little bit about, and desired outcomes. And then finally, getting very tactical. Skills are the things you say and do when you are having one of these conversations using this approach. And the skills in the model are awareness, really listening, helpful questions, and acknowledgement. And then at the center of everything, you'll see in orange on the flip chart in the center of the diagram are the mindsets of not knowing and curiosity. Today we're going to talk about not knowing and curiosity and also touch on the skills of and have some practice with the skills of really listening and helpful questions. Don't worry about all this. We'll talk more about the larger model when we come back to Cambridge. Today we're going to focus on those particular elements.
So let's dive into this idea of really listening. We're going to give you an exercise. Go ahead and pair up in twos, and you may need to go to the next table. So find a partner. Raise your hand if you don't have a partner and you need one. You good? Good. So we're off one. Hendy, will you jump in? I think we need one more.
It's just also for coffee.
Oh, someone's come back. Sorry. Great. Great. Holding up the works, Veronica. Okay, so you have your partner. So one person in the pair, raise your hand. We have one raised hand per pair. Great. You're going to be partner 1. Partner 1, your job is to tell your colleague about the most fabulous vacation you've ever been on. Okay? Partner 2, your job is to do everything in your power to not listen. Anything you need to do to make sure you are not listening, that is what you'll do. Okay? Go ahead.
30 seconds.
20. It's wonderful enough. phone. Okay, time. All right. Number 2, so we're being not listened to. What was that like?
Sorry, number 2.
Number 1.
I had my numbers wrong?
Yeah.
If you were the one not being listened to,
All right.
Yeah.
what was that like?
Distracting.
It was very distracting, yeah. I couldn't get into the flow.
It actually made it difficult for me to, like, I started like misspeaking and vacation.
Yeah. Right, it's done. Okay, if you were not listening, what did you do to give evidence of not listening? No eye contact. Phone? Fiddling with things.
Looked at my watch.
Looked at your watch. Good. All right, let's try this again. So if you, I'll get my numbers wrong, obviously. So if you were the not listener, you are now the storyteller. And if you were the storyteller, you are now the listener. So storyteller, favorite vacation? Listener, do everything you can to very, very carefully listen. Go ahead.
Already there, not to listen.
It always feels unfair to people.
I know.
It's good.
You're doing great. Yeah, it is. My 3.0 wheels are turning.
Of course.
Okay, time. All right. If you were being listened to, how was that?
Oh, great.
That's a big smile over here. Sparkly eyes. Yeah, what was great about it?
Let's talk about vacation.
Yeah, that's always a good thing. Tara?
Eye contact and nodding
Mm-hmm.
in terms of staying engaged.
What was the impact on you of that?
I felt confident and heard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Listeners, what did you do to give evidence to your listening?
Listen.
I don't know whether it was I think it's just a way of, I wanted to know.
Yeah.
I didn't really have to
So it's a
do anything.
mindset.
Yeah.
Yes. I saw lots of leaning in, leaning forward, nodding. Yeah.
Also, I think you can say very quick things, or like kind of agreement type things, like when he was talking about his vacation, it's like, yeah, great.
Right, sort of with them, yeah, let's go there.
Yeah.
Good. So we all know this, right? But listening has a lot more to do than just what actually hits our ears. It's all of our senses paying attention, and evidence of our listening is more than just not talking. It's about our body language, it's about our facial expressions, it's about what else we may or may not be doing with our time, and what we might be saying to that other person.
Yeah. So when leaders use listening, and when we talk about really listening, we define this skill as noticing and navigating your 3 levels of hearing and listening. I think we have a chart for that.
Yeah, I'm doing all the flip chart stuff.
I know.
You just talk and I run around.
Grabbed the
and
left. I grabbed the.
That was deliberate?
Yeah. Stage left. We define as noticing and navigating 3 levels of listening. Listening level 1, how it relates to you. Level 2, attention to the words. Level 3, bring in all your senses. Let's actually take a few moments with each of those. Level 1 listening, we like to describe as really relating information to yourself. Some people refer to it as the internal chatter that goes on if you're thinking about things. It's you may be having a conversation with somebody, you're thinking about, oh, that happened to me sometimes, or you're thinking about this person always brings up that same topic, or you might even be thinking about what you have to do when you have to stop at the grocery store on the way home, those types of things. Let's give a metaphor, an example in your work environment. You may be faced with a senior leader in your organization telling you about a performance issue that needs to be addressed. Level 1 listening, the feel of level 1 listening here would be to say, oh yeah, this person's coming up again, I sure expected this to happen, I wonder what I'm going to tell them, oh my God, this is the third one that's happened. It's very hard to take in that information because you're having that internal dialogue. That's the feel of level 1. Level 2 listening we describe as really being focused on the words. You're really paying close attention to what's being said, and you might even be able to repeat those words verbatim. An example might be a colleague of yours has just come back from a conference, and they're telling you about various aspects of the conference, and you're listening, and you're aware of what the conference was, where it was, who they talked to, who the key speakers were. You're taking in that information. There's a data feel, and an analytical feel to the level 2 listening. When we talk about level 3 listening, we like to use the idea of bringing all of your senses into the conversation. You're aware of the body language. You're aware of the gestures that somebody's using, the facial expressions. You have a sense of the overall energy in the room. Is this sort of a quiet, intimate conversation? Is it a big, exciting, energizing conversation? But you're taking advantage of and aware of all of your senses and bringing that to the listening process. Imagine a colleague at work telling you about a new project that they're working on, and they're very excited about this project. You all of a sudden find yourself if you're in level 3 listening, being aware of their hand gestures, being aware that they're leaning forward, they're standing up and talking about how exciting this project is and what it's going to do for them. And you all of a sudden notice that there's really even a change in the energy in the room when someone's so excited. And that really is about bringing in level 3 listening. So we're going to give you a chance to actually practice and become conscious of level 1, level 2, and level 3. Before we do that, are there any questions or observations about that? How does that make sense for people so far? Okay.
Great. So we're going to do you first, we do them first?
We're going to, I'm going to go, I think.
Great.
That's okay.
Great.
Let's do that.
Okay. So Chris is going to share a story, just about 60 seconds of a story, and I'm going to cut him off, and he's going to be mid-sentence, and that's going to be okay. And what we want you to do is listen at level 1. So remembering that level 1 is you're really reflecting, how does this impact you? Right? It's your reflection of what he's talking about and what the meaning you make for yourself. Okay?
Okay, great.
Level 1 listening. Go ahead.
Level 1 listening. I recently had a very short conversation that actually had a very big impact on me. I was attending a conference recently here in Boston, and I ran into a colleague I hadn't seen in quite some time. And we did the usual thing when we first met. We had a quick conversation, got caught up. What have you been up to lately? What have I been doing? That sort of thing. Nothing remarkable, nothing out of the ordinary. And a little bit later in the conference, she came up to me and she pulled me aside and she said, I wanted to tell you something. She had led a workshop about 1.5 years ago that I was a participant in. And she wanted me to know that she had found that it was very challenging leading that workshop with the co-leader she was working with. And she hoped that the challenges that she was facing in that workshop and that she went through didn't impact my learning in that workshop. I was very, very struck by her honesty and her vulnerability, her sincere nature, and for her taking responsibility 1.5 years after a workshop happened.
Okay, time. Sorry. All right, level 1, what'd you notice?
My mind goes on tangents.
Tangents. What tangent did you go on?
Well, I was thinking about a conference that I went to last week.
Good.
Good example.
You said something about coffee, so I was thinking about Starbucks. I just felt like, and then I missed pieces of what you were saying.
Great. What else happened?
Perfect.
You know, it's actually hard to do, but I don't think I find it hard to do.
Right. It's hard to train your mind on
this
it.
environment here, it feels hard to do. I had to really not go anywhere like into what was going on for you, but I know for sure I don't find it hard.
Right.
That's a really great observation, yeah.
What else happened?
Started generating this to-do list. I was like, well, yeah, I never followed up the week 1 minute. That conference.
Right, good.
I did it last week and I followed it. Damn, I should do that. Oh, wait, I should listen to him.
Right. How familiar is level 1 listening? Yeah, so familiar. Good. So we're going to come back. We're not going to make level 1 listening wrong, right? There's times for it and there's times it happens. But we're going to try out another level. So level 2, Chris is going to tell you the same story. So now you're going to listen at level 2. So you're going to really pay attention to his words, exactly what he's saying. So if you were quizzed on them, you could repeat them back to me. Go ahead.
I recently had a very short interaction that actually had a big impact on me. I ran into a colleague I hadn't seen for some time at a conference recently. And when we first saw each other, we had a quick catching up conversation. What have you been up to? What have I been up to? That type of thing. Nothing unusual or out of the ordinary. But later on in the workshop, she sought me out and she wanted to bring up a topic of a workshop that she had led about 1.5 years ago that I'd been a participant in. She told me that she was very unhappy with how she had led, that there were a lot of challenges in leading that workshop. And she hoped that the challenges that she was facing didn't impact my learning in that workshop. I was very struck by her honesty, her vulnerability, her sincerity, and the fact that she took responsibility for my learning in that workshop, even 1.5 years after the workshop took place. And I still think about that conversation, and I'm determined to bring that same spirit of responsibility and authenticity into the work that I do going forward. It was very inspirational.
Okay, time. What did you notice in level 2?
I think the first word was the impact. What was the, I'm thinking, okay, what's this impact going to be on you?
Yeah. So I says, what's the impact? He said, well, what is the impact? Yeah. Okay, got
So you
it.
were looking for the other half of the equation.
Yeah, exactly.
Finish the sentence.
The data.
Right.
Yeah. Good.
I started nodding. I was like, my body language actually changed as I was listening to him.
So you were nodding. Okay, what was going through your head as you were nodding?
I was actually repeating his words in my head.
Got it.
Interesting.
Got it.
Yeah.
Tara.
It seemed to put the focus more on you as the person in the story and then the woman rather than the listener, like number 1. So when I pulled out certain words of the woman you were speaking about and then words of how it impacted you, it was focusing me on you, not me.
Amanda?
This might be strange, but I felt like the level 1 experience, it felt like longer somehow, you know, but it felt like this was a much more efficient conversation. I was listening, whereas I think the first would have felt like you could have been talking for 5 minutes. And I felt
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, along those lines, I was processing, and you're able to do it, and when you're caught up in the moment there, it's a lot better than if your mind is wandering, and then you're coming back to the conversation going, okay, where was I trying to catch up with it?
Yeah, that's
So you were
really
tracking.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris, you used, and this is probably like one of the skills that you have in being a communicator, but you used some words that just jumped out, like impact and passion, enthusiasm, and both describing you and how you felt and how this woman was toward you, which is just a lot more colorful than using like a baseline storytelling. And you know, attention to words, is those are words that everybody gets a little bit jazzed about.
So it sounds like you heard those words more than in level 2, more than you heard them in level 1.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, that's actually a really good observation because I used essentially the same
Yeah.
words. Yeah, both times. Yeah.
It was also a difference in mindset. With level 1, you know, there might be the tendency to think, okay, get to your point. How does this affect me? You know, what's the big
Oh, it's interesting. Tom had this in level 2. Like, where's the data here?
Yeah.
This was level 1. I'm guessing you were on your grocery list or something. Yeah. Coffee, conferences. Yeah.
But this time around, my mindset was, I'm listening to you. Forget about me. I'm listening
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah. So let's shift over here. Good. All right. Yes. Go ahead.
You had said in level 2, you're listening to the words so you could repeat the words back. And so I was like thinking it was some sort of test.
Oh, that we were going to quiz you.
I was going to have to repeat the words back, and so I was actually getting a little bit distracted trying to remember.
Oh, okay.
We put you into level 1.
Right, I did, right.
Authoritarian
Right back in
instructions,
level
yeah.
1 and noticing what the
Very
impact is on you. Good. I mean, not good that it happened, but good that you noticed. All right, let's go to level 3. So now you're taking in everything around Chris. His tone of voice, his gestures, his facial expressions, any sense you're getting from him about what the impact of this is on him, right? So including all the words. Level 3.
I had a brief interaction that actually had a big impact on me recently. I attended a coaching conference where I ran into a colleague that I hadn't seen for some time. And when we first saw each other, we had a typical catching up conversation. What have you been up to? What have I been up to? That sort of thing. Nothing remarkable or unusual about that. But later on in the workshop, she sought me out. And she wanted to talk about a workshop that she had led that I had attended almost 1.5 years ago. And she told me that that workshop was very, very challenging for her as a leader, and that she hoped that the challenges that she went through and the struggles she went leading that workshop didn't impact my learning experience. I was quite struck by that, to think that after a year and a half that she felt it was very important to come up and tell me that. I was really struck by her honesty, by her sincerity, her authenticity, and the fact that she took responsibility for the quality of my learning even a year and a half after that workshop. And I'm still thinking about that conversation, and I'm determined to take that same level of...
There you go. Thank you. I always hate interrupting you. Even though we agree it's going to happen, I always feel badly doing it. It's a good story.
I would've done it, yeah.
All right, level 3. What was there?
I don't know, I find myself envisioning this.
Wow.
At the
So you had a whole picture.
You're there.
A picture of her, you know, obviously, I know what you look like.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You know, so.
And what did you notice, like what was the meaning that you got from that? Like what did it all mean to you?
I was interested
Yeah. Yeah.
this time around.
Yeah. Yeah, Karen.
Just a sense of being more present and mindful of what you're saying and everything around you.
Yeah.
And the impact that it had on you. It was very clear. I mean, everyone was in the room was very focused on you, just kind of all around. Everyone's attention was focused.
So you noticed what we sometimes refer to as the level 3 in the room.
Yeah.
You were aware of that. Yeah. It was different.
It was.
Or there was something you noticed. Yeah.
What did you notice about Chris? Like what? Say again?
I didn't. There wasn't a lot of body language, and you weren't emoting around this. You were just sat there, just describing it, but there was still a connection to what this meant for you. So it's getting to what you were just talking about in terms of there was something that came out around how it motivated you, that came from more than the words, but how you added meaning to what she'd said.
Yeah, how I added meaning to what she said. That's a really great phrase. Yeah. Kate?
Kate?
When you got to the part about talking about how you were struck, you seemed to be speaking with more volume. I didn't notice more gestures, but it just seemed like you were more excited about it, or you were getting to the meaning. I don't know, it seemed like when you pulled out those words that we were talking about in the last level, that they were more obvious to me. Thinking about the vulnerability or her responsibility that she was taking, and those words stood out a little bit more. So maybe you were more excited and engaged during that piece and more thoughtful.
Amanda, what'd you say?
At this level, I found myself generating more questions that I want to ask you. I'm like, wow, like, why were you surprised? And, how did you feel when you left that first conversation, and what kind of interaction do you want to have with this person going forward? Like, I just started wondering more, by getting deeper into it.
Wow. So it would be fair to say, we were talking about curiosity, it was sort of a sense of you got curious? Yeah.
Or I was trying to connect dots between your emotions and what happened.
You wanted to know more.
Yeah. I get a sense, I don't know if anyone else got this, of like Chris being really touched. Like there was almost a tenderness in the air. Did anyone else get that? Is that, did I? No? And I can't even tell you where I got it, but it was like like there was a thoughtfulness. Like I know you to be a very energetic, bubbly person, and so the cadence was a little more somber in like something was important there.
Yeah.
But I also think you have to be very careful about not being judgmental as the listener.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I kind of thought, and I don't really like saying this, but this was something that she really cared about, but you saw at each other at a conference, and if one really cares, she may never have seen you again. But if I really care about something and what the impact is and what my actions were like, would I have gotten in contact with some of those parts?
Got it. So now you're going to level 1, right? And you're going like, what's the meaning for me? What would this mean for me?
And I have to say, just as a, for our group learning, Tom just sent me into level 1 because he said, you can't judge. And I said, oh my God, he's going to tell me.
He's going to judge me.
How could you brought up that, how could you respond in that comment? So
but I think one thing, I think I'm hearing Tom, tell me if this is right, is when we think we hear something, it can be dangerous ground, right? So we think we hear he's angry, he's upset, he's excited, whatever, we might be wrong. We're going to talk about that because you're absolutely right, and it's something to be very careful about. So we'll talk more about that.
Yeah.
I had a similar feeling, like, especially with your facial expression. I felt like you're almost like, I'm still reflecting on this one a bit. I loved it. It had a big impact on me, but you know what? It's like you're having the revelation now. I want to go and do that. I want to, replicate what's out there. That was, so I know, it's along the lines of what you're saying. If you read too much into it, you could mistake those cues for what they really are.
Yeah, absolutely. And tying back to something that Amanda said earlier, and you can, as we'll talk about as we very shortly, and you can be curious about those things.
Great. You ready for a break?
Sure.
Great. So we're going to take a good.
Yeah.
We're going to take a 15-minute break. So a couple of things about the break. So restrooms are all the way down the other end of the hallway down there. If you are having Cambridge parking lot questions about things that we'd be talking about in Cambridge, about this workshop and how it would work and all that, feel free to put them up on the wall. There's coffee tea in the back. Anything else I'm supposed to tell them?
Actually, parking issues.
Me too.
I was like,
Had that same thought.
No, sorry.
It is Cambridge.
Parking lot, a holding place for questions that you're just dying to get the answer to, but we're not going to cover here in Seattle. So go ahead and take a break, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Okay, welcome back. These breaks go so quickly.
They do, yeah. Welcome back, everyone. We now like to give you an opportunity to practice this skill of really listening. And for this exercise, we're going to be working in pairs. So we'd ask you to look around the room and find someone that you haven't yet partnered with. And I think we learned we have an odd number of people.
No, I think we're even.
We're even again? Okay,
Yes.
great, fantastic.
So should we?
So I actually want to find partners, and then we'll talk through the exercise.
So raise your hand if you need a partner.
Let's go ahead. Welcome to shift seats for a second.
Who needs a partner? All right.
I'll be your partner.
All right, Deb,
Fantastic.
Joanna, great. Okay.
I'll come over there.
Okay.
I'll wait until the instructions.
Okay. I see, okay.
So all the teacher people over here. I'm going to stay in my seat until it's time to
Tell us time
move.
to go. Fantastic. Okay, so one of you in each pair, raise your hand. This is always the hardest part.
It is. 2 hands go up.
Okay.
It's a trick question.
Okay. So the person with their hand up, you are going to be the talker for the first part of this exercise. You're going to talk about something that's important to you. As we mentioned earlier, we find it really, really helpful to not do role play. So talk about something real. It doesn't have to be incredibly heavy, but something that's important to you. It might be a relationship you're having with a colleague at work. It might be something that you're hoping to accomplish at work over the next year. Anything at all, it's something real and something important. And the person that didn't raise your hand the first time, you are going to be the listener. And what we're going to ask you to do is to really consciously practice level 1, level 2, and level 3. And we'll say right on the outset, it's a little bit artificial. When you're actually listening, you're going to be going between the two. But we really want to emphasize sharpening that awareness of listening. So we're going to ask you to just listen for a minute at level 1. We're then going to say time, or level 2. We'll give you the sign. And then you're going to, as a listener, spend a minute listening at level 2. And we'll do the same thing to level 3. As the person that's talking, having the conversation, just keep talking. You're not going to repeat yourself like I did in this exercise. Just tell the story, and the listener go from level 1, give the sign, level 2, level 3. Everybody understand that? Okay. Do we need to reconfigure quickly to get together? Is everybody more or less together? Where?
Find your partner.
Yes. Just one movement.
You can stand if you feel like it. There's no reason everyone has to be sitting.
Exactly.
We often do our coaching standing. It's sort of energizing.
Somber mood here. Okay, here we go. Everybody's getting a little bit worried about this. Okay.
Seattle weather. That is the Seattle weather. We're all asleep, and it's early there, right?
Can we check in on our operating principles? There we are. Have fun. Okay, let's remember that one. Okay, ready? And talk, listen. People are listening too good here.
Yeah.
They're being very subtle at their level 1 listening.
Right. Maybe level 1 feels too long. In the past, we toyed with 30 seconds. Should I cut it a little short?
You can cut it short if you like.
Okay. Go ahead and switch to level 2.
Level
2 listening.
The same thing.
You don't have to repeat the story, just continue with the story. Of course, Matt can hear everything we're saying, so he'll hear me say this, but I like his energy. He's sort of easy to have in the room.
Actually, I think he's a complete asshole. Got him in this project at all. It is.
It really just makes it easy, you know. He was showing me he was taping.
Of the job, so
I remember years ago hiring photographers for various events and thinking, the question for me is, do I want this person in my face?
Well, and they're also part of your wedding. You know, that's the thing. I do, like I said, I do these DJ things for people, from family and friends, and it always strikes me as like, why would you want, if you didn't have to, unless they were just someone who was, like a coach that could just make it easy.
Yeah, no,
How are we
absolutely.
doing?
Okay, level 3. Move to level 3.
Level 3.
Not sure if they got that, but we need the bell.
They have this great xylophone in the other. Did you notice if you walk by this in the big conference they're having?
Should I get my phone for the chimes for next time? I'm not sure they'd hear
I
this.
don't think the chime is any better actually. I think having a. I have a triangle.
You were saying do a glass chink next time, so do you want me to get? You want to? You want to get it and I'll call it? Get a glass and he's gonna do it.
This Matt's on. Hire that guy.
I appreciate that energy.
Oh, he's this one. You can go ahead. Thank you. If this works.
That is loud. Wow. Woo.
Okay.
All right.
Let's just take a breath. So let's come back together. You can actually stay there or come around. What was that like, first of all?
What did you notice?
What did you notice?
The listener or the talker?
Either.
Yeah.
It was loud in the room.
It was loud in the room.
I thought it was hard to switch levels.
Yeah.
What happened when you tried?
I went to level 1.
Yeah, it made me think about the levels rather than
Right. Yes. Common.
What am I supposed to do?
what
Right. Level 1. Joanna.
I think that the topics have so much to do with the level the listener comes in at. And maybe this is just for me, but we had a great conversation that wasn't about work, and it was actually kind of a fun, thought, processing conversation. So I found myself skipping level 1, and then I'm just kind of being like, oh wait, I'm not supposed to be paying this conversation. And but I think when my husband talks to me about some football game, that is me level 1. And
Right.
But I think that there, if it's something that I can either relate to, which is the level 1, but then I can also maybe help, have been there, provide some actual feedback. I think a lot of it has to do with the interest, the interestingness of the topic.
Mm-hmm.
I also think
I had a
about-
hard time just continuing to talk. I
Yeah.
wanted to engage.
Right.
Yeah, that's another part about this exercise. Yeah.
Just run out of steam.
Right. Yes.
I also think, I was the talker, but I would imagine that as a listener, because this is me, and looking at the 3 levels there, you're in and out of those 3 levels, you just don't know it. And I
Yes.
think if you're going back and you're thinking about it, well, yes, I did do level 2, I did do level 3, level 1, but when actually listening to the person, I don't know, I just don't, you're not aware of it.
Yeah.
So you point out something
I was just
Are you
gonna
going to go
say-
there too?
No, I was just going to say maybe, well, if you make this point, and then let's switch. 'Cause
Okay.
We'll have another chance to
Okay.
debrief too.
So what your point you're trying to make is really important, which is the definition is really noticing and navigating your 3 levels of listening, right? So it's this awareness of, oh, I'm here now. Oh, I've gone there, right? And so we can't control our minds as much as we'd like to, but we can try to guide gently where it's going. And so it's not that any one of these levels is good or bad, right? Level 1 is really important when you're crossing the street. And there are times that level 3 is most appropriate, and we toggle between them. So it's this idea of noticing and navigating the levels that becomes important.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely true. And we're going to switch in a minute, and talker is now the listener, listener is now the talker. And the one other thing I want to point out about this exercise, because it's kind of an unusual exercise that we do. Most of our exercises aren't quite as sort of artificial as this. And so I was going back to the metaphor we were using earlier. And I say, imagine we're doing some sprints. We're training to do a 10K race, but right now we're just working on some sprints to really sort of get these skills and be conscious of them. So I don't know if that's helpful, but I'll throw that out there. So, yeah.
So the other thing that we haven't mentioned yet is maybe the context.
Mm-hmm.
Because in this, although it's a little bit artificial, I think I would have engaged differently finding what the purpose of our discussion was. So if we were longtime friends, if he was seeking input from me, if he was just venting, I would probably show up differently in terms of how I was listening, and I would have naturally toggled into one of the methods subconsciously around that.
Great, thank you. Okay, we ready for the next round? Switch and go. You're wonderful. You're wonderful. You're great.
On video. I'll send that to you one of these days. Remember, you think I'm charming.
It's on video.
So I just made a note to myself. I think I took us a little off track. It was a little longer debrief usually than between we do, so I hope that was okay.
Yeah, it was fine. And I just realized we were having a discussion. I said,
yeah.
I'll bring it back.
I just, when Tom said that, it just felt like so relevant.
I think that's
Which is
right.
something we don't usually point out, that part of listening. But I think those words, we wrote them for a reason. They're really
Well, there's so
intentional.
much. I mean, this is a great group. There's so much in that. I want to be conscious of the time. I'll switch me in 10 seconds because I'd love to pick up on what the woman said about, it's easy to do it.
Ching. Do you want to ching?
Yeah, that's right.
Don't do it quite so loud. It was really loud.
Too loud, too soft. Level 2.
Level 2. So sharp.
It's not so much.
Poor Matt just got that in the ear.
It's not so much the volume of it. It's
sharp,
just
yeah.
incredibly harsh sound.
Maybe use a pen or something.
But there's a great point to be made somewhere, sometime about, yes, there's a natural way that we tend to listen, and it's easy to listen, and it's interesting, and how cool is it going to be when you develop the skill to be able to do that all the time? You already have a sense of how powerful it is.
Right.
So imagine being able to more consciously do that.
Right.
And I think the related point is that as you consciously do that, then you start to unconsciously listen more at level 3 more of the time.
And you have a choice.
And you have a choice. You always have a choice.
Even if someone isn't that interesting, you have a choice to give them that level of attention anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
And maybe it's not, we'll get to this right within 4, but it's not about you. It's about them.
And I think a lot of people find there is something very
Is that 60?
reinforcing. 5 more seconds.
Here.
Level 3.
Level 3. That was a little better. Matt didn't jump that time, at least. Matt said at the break, he thought, doing this in actually a studio, this would be a product.
Oh, jeez. The other thing about that, I'll tell you from my days in music, it will take 3 weeks to do a 4-hour
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, in other words, you get into that mindset. You have to fight that mindset.
Yes.
You have to basically say, we're going to do it live and only change anything that's absolutely egregious.
Right.
I
think that's right.
Drool is the only thing we're allowed to change.
Drool
Otherwise,
is our
you have
inside
to
joke.
Yeah. Okay.
Just so painful.
Okay, let's come back together.
I have lots of questions for you.
Wow. So I'm noticing the length of time between the first hand up and the last hand up suggests that people were engaged in that, that last conversation. What did you notice in this new role that you were playing? If you were the listener, and for the people that were listening for the first time, what did you notice about how easy, how hard was it?
Well, just being able to tap that bottle, it helped to shift
Oh, wow.
my mindset into this is how I.
You'd like to keep
Yeah, really, we'll give you your very own bottle to take home.
Exactly.
This is how it relates to me. This is how, the power words or the words that you were using. So every time, it was almost like just being able to shift my brain into being more intent as to what you were saying, how you were reacting, and how I was processing things as well.
Great. Other listeners, yeah, Christina.
I found she was talking about something that I found very interesting, and so I kept wanting, in my mind, I was like, oh, I wanted to ask her a question, but no, I can't. Whatever. So that was something that, and I know that that's something that I do when I am working with other people. They'll say something and I'm like, oh, I'll ask a question.
Well, just a follow-up question for you, Christina. Was that more in level 2, level 3 versus level 1, or?
Yeah, level 2 and level 3.
Yeah. So I think that's an important thing to notice, that as you are in level 2 and level 3, you are curious and interested. Yeah.
I found that I connected with what Siobhan was saying, so it was harder for me to stay in level 1.
Yeah.
And I did want to ask questions as well, so I had to focus on staying in level 1. Kind of like the same with the football example. I'm definitely there when my boyfriend's talking about football, but if it's something, because I'm interested in kind of the more deeper, and so it was harder for me to stay in the level 1.
Great. Veronica.
I just had a really great level 1 experience that I was really engaged, but Kate was describing her challenges in a law firm, and so I was using my level 1 time to draw the parallels between a law firm and a consulting firm, and the structures and the incentives, and so I was with you learning, but I was the entire time mapping that to my experience. So yeah, I guess level 1 can be a very engaging time. I wasn't thinking about my groceries, but it was I was still very much reflecting on how this is related to me.
And particularly with we all know this when we talk to folks with stressful information, the question we always have is, we actually have 3 questions. How will this impact me? How will this impact me? And how will this impact me? Right? And so that's level 1. And that's a very natural part of the way we process information.
I felt also when we were in level 1, as Emily was sharing the story, I felt oh, okay, I have an idea that I can share. I have something that I can share with her here, as opposed to when we moved to level 2 and level 3, it was okay, it's not about your ideas right now, it's about listening.
Nice. So I'm really curiously, as the speaker, the colleague, what did you notice in the levels in terms of Jeff's listening?
I think I got more relaxed in talking as we moved into deeper levels of listening. And I don't know why. I wonder if I was picking up subconsciously on a deeper level of listening. I'm not sure, but I found that I noticed that my hands started to talk a lot more when that happened, which was just interesting.
Nice.
It is interesting.
Anyone else notice anything as the colleague speaking, as the levels shifted? And you were the recipient of different listening?
Well, it was hard because we knew what they were supposed to be doing, so that made it challenging to really sense if there was a difference.
Right.
Oh, good.
What might be the impact of this range of listening and this attention to listening for you as leaders in your organizations?
Yeah.
Amanda. One thing that's interesting is I know we're talking about this in the context of coaching, but it actually, when I was speaking this last time, I became very aware of how should I be communicating to people in a way that tries to assess and diagnose what kind of listening they're doing, because there might be times when I would need to bring someone back, or maybe if I realize, okay, well, when I speak with more compelling language and with more energy, I get a different kind of listening. So I'm actually wondering what this means for the coachee, less than the coach, or as much as the coach.
Great point, and I want to take this moment to pause there for a moment and to reiterate what we're here about today, which is the coaching approach, techniques from the world of coaching that coaches are familiar with, to leaders. And we like to invite people to consider and to point out that we take each of these individual things that you're going to learn today and then that we teach in the subsequent workshops, and any of those individual things, like really listening, can be used sort of any time. And as a leader, you are constantly having conversations with other people, and in your cases, some of them might be coaching conversation. In the case of other leaders, they may never be doing quote unquote coaching, whatever that means in your organization. But the potential power and utility of using the listening skills is one of the things we really wanted to invite you to consider as you have these conversations as leaders, with other leaders, with your colleagues. What is it about what is the potential impact of being conscious about your listening? Yeah.
I think it's huge.
It's the right answer.
Not just for leaders who have big teams, but for senior leaders to have someone feel like they're the only person in the room for that 5 minutes or however long that touch base is. People will never forget that. And it's made me hyper aware of watching other leaders, eyes half closed, fiddling around with their phones, running over to go talk to their executive assistant, and how distracting and how flat out rude, depending on what the tenor of the conversation is supposed to be, and it doesn't cost anything. I mean, it's a point of awareness and practice, but I think it's a huge impact. People don't forget what it was like to connect with someone.
My level 3 is saying this is something that's important to you. This particular topic. Wow, it comes across. Yeah.
Or not connect.
Or not connect.
Yeah. That's great. Thanks. Yeah.
I couldn't agree more, and I was just thinking when we talked about that 8 minutes that you had before, how rare it is for people to take even 3 minutes and solely focus and make the person feel like they are the only one there. I mean, I have colleagues who are working in multiple offices where I'm talking and you hear the click, 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 and where I've actually given direct feedback, but it doesn't stop. So I'm wondering, are there words I could use to make that person listen more? Sometimes I'll just say something completely off the wall to see if they're paying attention, but sometimes we don't even get to level 1. It's really hard. So even getting someone to be cognizant of that and the impact on others that it has, is huge.
Just to build on that, I do 50 to 75% of my work over the phone. And so getting that it's so hard to listen on conference calls, so hard. And the temptation to type is always there, especially when we're so time pressed and Skype is going and Outlook is popping up, all sorts of things. So does anyone who's solved for how to listen and make someone feel heard?
Let's actually add that. Let's add that to the parking lot.
Yeah.
Maybe Nancy or Henry, if you could capture that question and put it up there, because I would love to come back to that.
Yeah. That's a great one. Deb, did you have something to add?
I think it's just a good reminder. I go into a meeting with my team and I'm thinking about what's the agenda and what am I going to say.
Yeah.
Versus, just prioritizing how am I actually going to listen coming out of that meeting.
Yeah.
I think it just makes a big difference.
So you're pointing at choice, right? That you get to decide whether you're going to scream through the agenda or whether you're going to pay attention to your listening. Same thing on a conference call. We forget we have that choice because we go into automatic mode, but it's a choice we have about where we want to put our intention around listening.
I was also thinking about listening but yet navigating, because I think that sometimes when you are listening, 8 minutes may seem like an awful long time, but the fact is if you are in a situation where you're trying to listen to the other colleague or individual, that they don't go off on a tangent, so you're trying to keep things still in focus while being courteous and authentic in those listening skills.
Good point.
Rebecca, were you trying to chime in?
I was thinking about, it's so easy for me to fall into thinking about what the leaders do in my organisation. I think actually I'm a leader in my organisation, and what am I doing and what difference is this making to me? And I think when I am intentional about my listening, it's far more satisfying to me to be a leader of a team. And it's really hard to do. I cannot sit here and say the other leaders don't do it. I do. I know if I'm in action and we've got a lot on, my team can come in and sit down and tell me something, and I'm constantly thinking about what I've just left there on the screen. And you know, if I try my best, I actually just bought an iPad, and they give you the option to engrave on the back, and on the back of it I put "Be here now."
Ooh.
Because if there's one thing that I want to be different this time being a leader, I've had 7 years of being a consultant just on my own. Last time I was a leader was 7 years ago. It was like, I want that. That's what I want, is to be here now and experience what it means to work with the people that are here and want to make a difference. So.
Yeah. Well, if we had you for workshop 2, we'd talk about awareness, which is a lot of you are pointing there as a really important part of, we think, effective leadership and the choices that come from that awareness. Should we move to not knowing?
And we have a beautiful segue to not knowing.
To not knowing. So we're going to talk about very core part of our model, not knowing and curiosity, and we're going to start with not knowing. Thank you. That's fine. So we define not knowing as recognizing how little we really know and being open to new learning. We think this mindset of not knowing is really critical for leaders because it really opens up a possibility for new information, for new perspectives, and for learning. It literally, for us, creates space, if you will. And yet we work in organizations where we think we're supposed to know all the time. That you're not supposed to be the person in the meeting who says, I don't know. You're supposed to come with solutions, not problems. And everyone around us is acting like they know all the time. And so we feel like we have to act that way too. And sometimes we even start to believe that we know, when in fact, we don't know. So the way we think about this, you've heard we like to use metaphors. But for us, the metaphor here is a bucket. And I'm going to go out on a limb here. This might not work, so bear with me. So when you go to the dentist's office, there's that little, I know, bear with me, it's good. There's that little cup that the water goes in, and as soon as you drink the water, when you put the cup back down, more water comes in because there's a sensor, right? So to me, that's like our bucket of knowing. As soon as we take anything out, it's like we want to fill it up again. We don't like the state of unknowing. It's really uncomfortable. And so the bucket's always full. So to be in a state of not knowing, you actually need to empty the bucket. Which in the dentist's office analogy, you'd have to turn that little sensor off so it wouldn't keep filling. But it's hard, right? We don't like the state of not knowing. It feels really, really uncomfortable. So think for a moment about a time when somebody acted like they really knew you and your job. And of course, nobody knows you and the role that you play. But think for a moment about some time where you interacted with someone who really acted like they knew you and they didn't.
So if I'm following you, that means I'm the cup. And somebody else has filled me up with their understanding. That's not true.
All right.
I'm trying to play along.
Yeah, no, you don't have to play with my metaphor, but
I do like that metaphor. But is that sort of what we're doing?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not tracking, but go ahead.
Can I give it a try?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so here's
But no dentist cup.
No dentist.
Okay, good.
I'm not literally a cup. I was, my career, as I've told many of you, I was a management consultant for many years. And I was working with a relatively new colleague. We were doing a business development call. I hadn't worked with him before. And we sat down in the meeting with a client, and we were all meeting for the first time. And he started saying things like, we are absolute experts in this field. Chris here in particular is an absolute expert at A, B, C, D, and E, and he can guarantee you that we'll be successful within 90 days. Right, Chris? And my reaction to that was, he doesn't know me in a number of different ways. He doesn't know that I'm not an expert in A, B, C, D, and E. I'm sort of good at C and okay at D. He didn't know that my system of working with clients, my values was such that I would never guarantee something for a very amorphous type project. And I was put in a very awkward situation with this client, and the personal feeling to me was both anger and feeling like, how have I got myself in this situation? Very, very uncomfortable situation.
Mm-hmm.
Does that get at it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So anyone else have a situation they would share about a time where someone thought they knew you and acted like they knew you, but they really didn't know something about you? Wow, I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're all full.
Full buckets.
dealing with some challenging management situations kind of at a firm-wide management level, so above me, and someone who reports to me came and said, well, this is the way it should be done, or if I were you, I would do this. And I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about just from even a business perspective at the firm,
Right.
but just presupposing the way firm management should have handled something when there were so many other factors involved, and this person just feeling like they needed to know more information about this very sensitive thing. It was really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It sounds like it was a little unsettling. I'm getting.
It was unsettling.
Yeah.
Great example.
So let's think about another example. Oh, this is a good one. So let's think about a time where you didn't know something, but you acted like you did. I had this client meeting with a client yesterday about this, and people in the room were like, "You mean like today or yesterday? Like, how recent an example do you want?"
Since lunch?
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So I'll give an example for me. It's a little bit of an embarrassing example, but I was on a business development meeting with a potential firm we were going to do some work with in New York, and I was meeting with the CEO of the firm, and she was going on and on about some of the challenges she was having, and I really wasn't tracking with her. She was referring to things I didn't know about, and but I kept acting like I did because I didn't want to look like an idiot. So, right, yeah, of course, I've got it. Needless to say, we didn't get the work. We had a horrible connection. I'm sure partly was because I bluffed my way through it, and it was just, I kept thinking she would think I was dumb if I said I don't really know what you're talking about. It didn't go well. Other examples of that, hopefully not as treacherous as mine was.
That happens for me here this is my home, if you like, Cambridge, and I find all the time people assume that I know. Like you said, David McCallum. This happens to me all the time. I'll be talking to people and they'll say, "Oh, you know the work by David from Harvard. Oh, you know Keegan's work," and like they assume because I'm in this field that I will know exactly who they are, and I should know because they're Harvard. And I just say yes.
Right.
And
why do you
write it down and then
right? I have to check that out.
Google that person.
And what has you say yes?
Because I worry about what they will think about me. It's an identity. I am not the expert or the professional that you think I am, that you've brought in. So it's my identity.
Why else do we act like we know when we don't know? What has us do that? We don't want to be embarrassed.
I find I teach event management class, and so as a teacher, I find that I have to really catch myself. So someone said, you know, you're the sharpest tool on the shelf, and so when you're standing up in front of the class, you know the most. I certainly hope that you know the most is your. But I do find that I want to think that I know everything, and I really don't. So, as I have become more seasoned, in my teaching profession, I share that if there is not something that I don't know, I will, and but I really have to work at that because I want them to know that as a teacher, I don't know everything.
So it sounds like you're more comfortable in this not knowing. Amanda?
I think sometimes it's representation. You know, if we feel like we're the only person from our organization in the room, or we're the only woman in the room, or the only whatever. You know, like I think sometimes we feel like I'm speaking on behalf of like my team or whatever it is, and like I can't let that group down.
Great
Veronica?
point.
Yeah, I think often in our roles as leaders, the group that we lead has a hunger for us to solve their problems, and you feel like you have to respond. So my example recently was a group of our more senior managers pleading with me for answers of how to make their work-life balance better. And quite frankly, I don't know the answer to how they can achieve better work-life balance. Like I kind of feel like that's something everyone has to solve for themselves personally, but they were like begging me for a solution. So I kind of bluffed my way through it as well, because the answer, like, I can't solve that problem for you, was very dissatisfying to them, particularly in my role and what I represent on the management.
And a lot of it comes down to credibility too, with your client base.
So we act like we know because we think that's what the other person wants to hear. because it's to protect our identity and our humility and not feel embarrassed. Yeah, pretty.
They see us as the expert.
Right.
They're coming to you because you are the expert.
Right.
Given
Yeah.
your line of work.
Yep.
They see that.
So how about a time where you thought you knew something, pretty sure you knew, and then you got some new information and you realized that maybe you were wrong or you just weren't seeing the complete picture? This happened to me yesterday. I was talking to Priya. It's a tiny example, but one of our colleagues has done a lot of research in Tanzania, and I was asking her about it, and she was explaining this research she did with motivation with street kids. And she said she wasn't making any progress with the street kids, so she had to go to to befriend the gang members in order to make this work. And I thought, oh, right, now I understand. There was a power thing, and once the gang members were on board, the street kids were going to be intimidated, and they were going to pay attention. And she said, no, actually, we didn't understand how to get access to the street kids, and really what they needed was food and shelter and shoes. And if we could give them things that they needed, they were more likely to open up to me. I was like, oh, I didn't know. Like, totally had the wrong impression of what she was saying. But I thought I knew. I was pretty confident that I understood what she was talking about.
Yeah, and I love that. I love that story.
Nope.
Okay, gang members, I got it.
Yeah, check.
Yeah, I had an experience pretty interesting too. It's a great topic because I was meeting with a CEO, and I've been coaching one of their senior leaders, and I was going in to do a sort of check-in, how's it going type thing, and all the messages I've been getting from the CEO, very distracted, disengaged. It's a good thing. You go talk about this stuff that I don't want to talk to my senior leader about. This is all great. And I was going to this meeting saying, I've got to do this. It's important, but I'm not going to get much out of this, and I'll just try to ask. So I had completely low expectations. I was just talking, and I found myself, I was almost trying to end the meeting a couple times. They said, well, since you're here, I've got to do this leadership retreat with my whole team, and I'm interested in getting evaluations of each of them. And would you guys be interested in helping out with us at all? So I had sort of walked in.
Good thing you didn't end the meeting.
It's a good thing I didn't end the meeting. But I sort of knew this is a disengaged person. There's no point in having this conversation. And what I learned was, wow, there's a lot here that he's very interested in. And that we might, you're writing down for my
No, I'm just more fascinated.
Sure
Bad judgment. Thinks people aren't interested.
Yeah, so, but it's an example of, wow, that I was saved in that particular situation. And, the power of taking an approach, and maybe I don't know everything about this CEO coming in. Yeah.
Dar.
It's happened to me a bunch of times working with senior leaders and then an employee. So, oftentimes I'll get the perspective from a senior manager and I'll be like, okay, I understand what's going on. And then when I follow up with the employee, I'm like, oh, they kind of the senior leader convinced me and I thought I knew, but really neither of us had the full perspective. So.
It's a great example. So, two final thoughts on not knowing, and then we'll move on. One is that we really hold this idea of not knowing as this continuum. And a number of you said that sometimes you're in organizations where someone really needs you to know, right? And so it's a choice you have about where on the not knowing continuum you land, right? So there are moments that your organization needs you to be the person who knows. They actually need to get behind you, to trust in the direction you're heading in, even if you might be a little unsure. That's actually what serves them. And then there are moments that perhaps what serves them is to say, I have no idea. I don't understand what you said. I don't know about that topic. I'm not following you. I don't know. And it's a choice you have on where to land on that spectrum.
Yeah, fantastic. I don't know.
Excellent.
Not knowing, very important place to be, and the mindset that we think these things go together very well, so we talk about them together. Let me just put this over here. And one of the ways that we find really brings energy to this mindset of not knowing is this mindset of curiosity, which we define as the fascination with and deep desire to learn something. Adopting the mindset of curiosity can really be as simple as asking yourself a question. What's fascinating about this, right in this moment? Encourage you to think about, many of you that I learned earlier have young children. You can think about your young children or think about a time when you were a young child. And you think about the natural curiosity that comes up from children. Thinking about clouds. Where do the clouds come from? How come they're that shape? How many different kinds of clouds are there? Are there clouds every day?
How far up are they?
How far up are they? What are we having for dinner? Just that sense of wonder and that sense of enchantment with the unknown. And when you are able to, again, it's a choice, to consciously bring in that mindset of that sense of wonder, and there's a real energy that arises when we think about curiosity. Now, I'd like to try a little exercise. We're talking about energy. Let's actually try a little exercise. So I'm going to ask everybody to stand up. Take a breath. We're still in Seattle. Don't worry. We're not going anywhere. And stretch for a moment. We've been doing all this telecasting here. Let's think about, just take a minute, take a deep breath, and think about something you're really, really curious about. Jennifer, what's something you're curious about?
So given all the football conversations, this will be surprising because I'm not a football person, but I am fascinated by how Bill Belichick makes his recruiting and hiring decisions. Like, he has this team that's done so well, and there's a bazillion guys he talks to you're laughing at me because you know I don't like football, but it's so interesting to me. Like, how does he field that team? I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah, no, I think that's great.
Don't want to watch the game, but love to talk to him about recruiting.
I was sitting in these chairs, and I was sort of smiling as we were standing up. So I was looking at saw the presidential debate last week, and I'm wondering, how do they prepare for those debates?
Yeah.
What actually happens? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
How do they possibly prepare for that? So what's something you're curious about? What are you really curious about? Anyone? You're curious about the presidential
debate?
If you can ask, that's going to be what I would say.
This is a fascinating group. What are you curious about?
Home improvement projects.
Really?
Yeah. What's fascinating about it?
There are things like electricity and things like, how a boiler works. And I mean, not that I'm going to do any of that, but just to have at least a basic knowledge of what's going on, how all this stuff works.
Fantastic.
Great.
What else? Yeah.
Fascinated by the moon. I don't know why, but I find
The moon?
I always have. I could stare at it forever. I find it odd that there's this ball in the sky, and why is it there? And I mean, I don't know. I find them very fascinating.
Good.
That's fantastic.
Good.
What else?
I'm fascinated about planes, and how they actually really do sort of, the function of aircraft.
Yeah. How do they work?
How does that happen?
How does that happen? Yeah. What else?
I think also the transportation theme. Fascinated by sailing. It's something I've just started learning about and how to do with my father-in-law. It's not something I've ever been exposed to, but like all the different, like the terminology, the knots, the like where to point the boat, like this way, but I was like just point straight ahead.
Yeah.
Aim right, like I'm totally into it. Anything like nautical, I'm all about it.
Wow.
Great.
Excellent.
I'm
Karen?
fascinated by kind of the power of nature. You think of like wind in the ocean and erosion or storms and what a devastating impact nature can have. And it's fascinating to me.
Wow. Let's go back to our listening levels. Level 3. What do you notice in the room right now?
Energy.
There's a lot of energy, isn't there? There's a sense of home improvement, the moon, nature.
There's a
Just
bounciness.
There's a bounciness and energy. So we want you to really,
Huh?
It's all outside of our
Right.
it's all, which is fine, which is fine, and so really just breathe in that energy, because you're going to need it, and you're going to really love it in this next exercise. So let's take that breath and let's sit down. And holding on to that power of an energy of curiosity. We're going to do another exercise in pairs. So I want you to all look around the room, and the first person you catch eyes with will be your partner. Okay. And actually, why don't you get up and sit together and then...
Or stand.
Or stand.
I like that standing.
Find
energy.
your partner, stand.
Find your
and then
place.
we'll-
I'm going to
we'll
stand.
kick off this direction. Yeah, okay, great.
Do we need our notebook?
You don't need anything.
No, don't need anything.
Just your brain.
Beautiful. Yeah, there's no need to sit down after we get this spirit of energy. That's a good
So
that's
what
a
are
good
we
thing to
going to... Who's asking who on our demo?
Who's asking?
We're demoing before they start.
Oh, you can ask me.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay, this next exercise is just all about tapping into that energy of curiosity. The person across from you is a fascinating person. And we'd like you to just get curious about their professional life. How did they come to be in this profession? What did they want to be when they were a little kid? Where do they want to be in another few years? What excites them about coming to work each day? The possibilities are endless. Just allow your curiosity to go forth. And we thought it might be helpful just to model that process for a couple minutes before we let you loose. So we'll just try that.
So I know that you worked in a psychiatric hospital after college, and I don't know anything more than that, and that it had a really big impact on you, and I'm really curious about that.
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's funny that about 25 years later, I am sort of back in the general field of potential development. What I've always said to people is that work that I did, that was my actual favorite job of my entire life up until I became a coach.
Wow.
So it was this 25-year gap. Favorite job, then now I have my favorite job. And I also said that if I was dictator or president, I would make everyone work in a psych hospital for 2 years.
Was important
But what I loved about it was that the intensity of it, that you saw people in all different situations, and in many cases, you could relate to what was going on. It was just a much more extreme part of it. And the other thing that was really important to me was the impact that you could have. I was a lonely, a lowly mental health worker. I mean, you imagine the guy in the jacket taking the patients down to lunch and coming back each day. But you were the person that spent all the time with those people. So you would be sitting there and having long conversations. The doctors would come in and spend 2 minutes and check the meds and rush out. The social workers would have the little plan and have the family meeting. And I remember there was this one young guy that came in. He was about my age at the time. He was in his mid-20s, and he came in on a suicide attempt, very serious suicide attempt. And he was there for 2 or 3 weeks, and the staff was, the doctor was talking about how he wasn't making much progress, didn't have much hope for the person, but they had to release him after 2 weeks because it was sort of a legal thing. I learned later, I didn't know at the time, but he told the psychiatrist that the only thing he got out of being in the hospital was talking to that mental health worker named Chris, who actually was able to listen to him. And just to know that you had that impact on somebody's life is just
and what's
awesome.
it like for you now to remember it?
It's pretty, it's pretty powerful.
What's that?
Yeah. And it's, I'm recognizing that wow, that is a really, really important thing for me to be able to be with people often people are having very, very intense situations, and know that you can be of service to them. Thanks.
All right, so we're going to give them 3 minutes for curiosity?
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Yeah.
So, and then we'll do a quick debrief, and then we'll switch. So you'll each have an opportunity to be really curious.
So if you're the leader, who's going to be curious?
Who's going to
Raise
be the
your
first
hand.
curiosity seeker or not
Great.
knower?
Great.
Okay.
And so the person with not their hand raised, you're the colleague, and your job is to tell a story and engage.
Okay, go.
Go ahead. So we're about 10 minutes off, which I feel fine about. Do you feel fine about that?
Yes, I am.
Not quite. A little less.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hungry.
It's a fascinating little section on not knowing where you're doing it.
Isn't that right? I literally put a big X through it in my guide. I'm like, this is
if you couldn't get a more communicative, interested, engaged group, it's like,
It's such an alien concept. I think I'm going to go with what I said at lunch. I know. I just died. I think we should consider for Microsoft doing the raise your hand if you've acted like you know when you didn't. Everyone will raise their hand. So one place we got a reaction. And then why do we do that?
Yeah. That's true. There was energy around that question, unlike the others.
And forget the other examples.
They're very heady, I guess,
They're
or
just,
something.
and people can't get their head around what they're asking.
I don't know why, but I don't exactly know why, but I tell you the evidence is and then then we get to curiosity, and there was still sort of a legacy about that. But then one by one, people are coming out, and now listen to the people talking. So we're able to get to the level that we wanted to, but that, boy, it really is a bump in the road. But I like that idea. I think that's the most immediate.
Yeah, like this idea of going that's like the, when you thought you knew but you didn't, but you thought you knew but you did, or you're the recipient of not knowing, like it's just too complicated.
It is too complicated.
I wonder if we just stay with the bucket. Did you like my dental cup or not?
That was great. Oh yeah, that was very
I think
intentional.
we stay with the bucket, and why do we pretend we know, and what's the value in not knowing, and just call it a day.
Yeah.
Like all the scenarios are not landing.
Yeah. We might also be a little more, craft that metaphor of the bucket or the container or the vessel or whatever to really make the analogy more explicit about people.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, you make a lot, because that actually came up in some examples. You make a lot of assumptions about people or what's going to do. And so I think we can simplify that, and I think the metaphor is good. So. Jeez, we just bombed through this now. Helpful questions. Get all this content out there.
I gotta eat lunch is what I gotta do. Matt's nodding his head, him too.
I don't know if it really is or not, but it seems like an awfully long section between the break and lunch. I guess it's just so packed with stuff.
Yeah.
There's no filler. There's no sort of, let's debrief. Let's talk about what you learned last time.
About 5 more seconds. No need to ding. We don't need to ding.
Stop or I'll ding. Great. Thank you. All right. What a couple of quick thoughts. What was it like to be curious?
Fun.
What was fun about it?
Just learning more about somebody and the path they took, and I didn't want to stop talking, so hands up.
No.
Yeah, Amanda.
I think for me a challenge of being curious is that I start having all these questions and I want to ask them, but I'm also like really also just curious on where someone takes something, so I think that says a lot too. So I jumped in more than I normally do, saying, well, why'd you do this, and why'd you really do that? But I also think it's important to look at what people share themselves.
I'm just going to pause here for a minute because this is and hold that thought, because I just noticed, and it's relevant to what we'll be talking about in a minute. You said, I find myself asking questions, why did they do this? Why did they do this? Why did they do this? And I'm really interested in what, and use the word what, what's going on, what's up with them. So we'll come back to that in helpful questions. It was just a beautiful illustration of that, so I wanted to capture that. On that topic, what sorts of questions did you ask when you were curious that were useful to you as you to get things? Or what did you find, what kicked things off when you asked? Does anyone remember what they asked?
I asked for more detail on a certain point, so what was that like?
What else? How did you kick off the conversation?
Lots of not remembering. Lots of looking at one another like, where did we go?
How did you do it? I asked what you did, and then how did you end up there?
Yeah.
We needed some information first, yeah.
Somehow it seems, I'm going to interpret that as being very natural. You just sort of, I'm really conscious of what I asked. We just were into it. Yeah, great. What was it like to be the object of curiosity?
I love it.
Wow.
What did you love about it?
Well, I think that I really enjoy probably talking about myself. And I felt like I had Tara's full attention, which is nice. So I felt validated, I guess, and I felt interesting.
That's great.
Well, we'll touch on all this more, but let's swap roles and give you the opportunity to listen if you talked and talked if you listened. So we now have a new group of not knowers, and go ahead.
It's interesting. I like that you just said a new group of not knowers, right? So we should think about. I should have said that language. And I'm
we do
wondering.
have it written in the thing, but I didn't use it when I announced the first.
Yeah, no, I
exercise.
like that because it's not just a curiosity exercise; it's not knowing. So I think maybe in this next debrief too, talking about like what was it like to not Should we pre-select? Should we pick somebody we want to ask to do the demo, or just let it go?
It would be much better to find somebody you know who wants to do it, and to, if you can, spend a minute to just say what's your topic, so you don't waste any time on your topic, if possible.
Or is it more powerful to them, though, to know that we just literally just have a volunteer and...
So, yeah, you know what? We're in this point where it's just going to be rude if we go pluck somebody out and ask them, so let's just go for it.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I think they'll run after Amanda's experience. I think she was such a good...
She was great. She's
Yeah.
terrific.
She's fantastic. She's so thoughtful. And again, it's the TFA. It's like, how do they screen for thoughtfulness?
Unbelievable. We have to have some news.
Lunch is outside, not in, because they didn't want to make all the noise with the camera.
Lovely.
So it's partly there and we'll be ready by 1, but it's in the hall and then they can come back.
Thank you. All right. About 15 more seconds. You good with that?
Yeah, I'm just saying, do you want to do the demo before lunch? Or do you want to, we could potentially push the demo until after lunch.
I'd like to just get that done with. I kind of want to have that done. Is that okay?
It's fine with me.
Yeah, that was sort of our plan, and
It is.
yeah, I like to stick with our plan. I'm a good planner.
I like it. All right, let's come back together. Okay, enough not knowing, enough curiosity.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Should we sit back down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's take a minute to
Get resettled?
resettle.
So how was it to be not knowing?
I find that I have to check myself on like assumptions that I make, not negative assumptions, but I find myself this idea about curiosity and this idea about not knowing is one that like doesn't come naturally to me. Like I don't know why, but I instinctually make assumptions about like, oh, this is why this person is in this role or whatever. But I have to like constantly like check myself and
We-
listen to ask.
We know from the world of adult development that as adults we need meaning. And if there's an absence of meaning, we'll create meaning.
Mm-hmm.
And we make it up.
Yeah.
We totally make it up. And then we think it's true.
And it is a skill that's useful. We often are called upon to make quick decisions and snap judgments. So
Oh, there's smoke and a smoke detector going off and people are running. There might be a fire.
I'm curious as to
right. It's a good conclusion to reach.
So a lot of this is, as Jennifer has said a number of times, I want to emphasize this is a key theme underlying this is choice. We have a choice to consciously put ourselves into an area of not knowing, and to see what happens. It's not that knowing is a bad thing. It's that not knowing can provide us something that we want to invite ourselves to look at. What else was it like for you to really be, in that place of not knowing, consciously bringing that on? What else did you find?
It's
Yeah.
liberating.
Liberating.
Yes. You go in, you're just like, I'm not expected to know, and I'm curious, and I can absorb as much as I can.
And you got all energized, as you said that, like, all right, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else have that experience? Yeah. There certainly was a lot of energy.
There was.
Coming in those conversations.
The conversation is just so much more interesting, too.
Yes.
I think it's fun.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I've had that experience doing interviewing. There were times when I was interviewing, 15 people in a day, and it just is very treacherous and very boring. But I taking this approach, I think I wasn't thinking of it at the time, but just seeing, okay, there's going to be something I can learn from every person I meet, and what will that be?
Wow.
It made it more fun, but I realized that's kind of the curiosity piece.
Yeah. What's the value in not knowing and being curious in your organizations as leaders? What's the value for you?
Well, people are a mystery. I find people to be a mystery, and as much as I'd like to think I know that person, I don't know that person. And especially with my client base, and each time I meet with them, I'm learning more about them. Do I know them 100%? No. Will I ever know them 100%? No, I won't, and I know that. But just what makes that person tick, because the way I interact with one person could be very different from how I interact with another person.
I think I'm going to get a bumper sticker or something. People are a mystery. I just love that.
That's great. I knew you were going to quote that.
And continue. And they change. People change, actually, so they're always a mystery.
Right. Usually.
Fantastic. Yeah.
Meredith.
I think when you think about what we do and a reform organization coming into a community, it's critical that we approach our community partnerships with curiosity, because and not knowing, because there's a lot on the line. If we come in with lots of assumptions, because we're dealing with people from all different backgrounds, and it can make or break our partnership. And our ability to make the type of impact that we've set out to make.
For those of us in the for-profit sector, when we think about going off and engaging with our strategic alliance partners, our customers, I'm interested in how might that apply? What's important about not knowing and curiosity in that context? Yeah.
I just think the opportunities and the solutions and paths multiply exponentially. A lot more creative and maybe lead to a better path than you would have otherwise.
A lot of blue ocean opens up as opposed to the red ocean.
And I love that question, Chris. So what did it feel like to be the recipient of the not knowing and curiosity? It felt great. What else was that like?
It's energizing.
It's energizing? Yeah.
It adds a lot of depth to this room too, because when we went around before and talked about, what organization we're affiliated with, that just skims the surface.
Right.
To be able to hear someone's story about how they got where they are,
right,
makes this room so much more rich.
Yes.
And interesting.
Yeah. I'm always struck when I'm the recipient of that kind of not knowing and curiosity that I feel really seen, like, in a good way, like, and cared for, right? Like, you actually care about my story? Wow. And I'm imagining bringing that to our customers and strategic partners and all those folks we deal with in the world. Like, what would the impact be on them to be seen and feel cared for?
I was also thinking of the word purposeful, and I think that, all of us want to feel as though we are living a purposeful life. So very often when you're in a role of leadership, others don't really get to unveil the onion of life, just pulling back a couple of layers without, getting to really see you or where you're thinking, the humble beginnings to maybe you came from.
Powerful.
I think it's also, it's partly energizing too. When you were talking about interviewing, it made me think of this, is that during the interview, as the person who's the object of curiosity can feel energized by, hey, if this person is representative of that culture,
right.
Wow, that's a really cool place to be. And when I see that being open to new learning, I would add new possibilities, rather than focusing on the obstacles, the structure, this is how we do it, the protocol, all of that. Forget about that for a moment. Let's focus on, what could happen, what could be possible. And when I think about like the interviewing thing, rather than focusing on the role, focusing on what's possible for the company as a whole. Yeah, the role's there, we got that. But what's possible for, on a bigger scale, bigger picture. So.
Fantastic. Okay. Did you have something?
okay
right?
if you-
You were okay? Okay, great. I'm just, are you curious as to what we're going to talk about next? There's a great, again, a great segue here. As we think about curiosity, let's move to, thank you, to a skill. As you said, sort of the practical, what do you actually do
you guys.
In this coaching approach? And we'd like to introduce the skill of helpful questions. When we use a coaching approach in the conversation, we're having that conversation in the service of the colleague that we're having the conversation for. So when we think about the questions that we're asking, the questions are really in the service of the colleague. We're not leading the witness. Very often questions are about, can be about proving our own point. Don't you think it's a good idea that we ... Helpful questions are all about over there with the colleague and asking a question that is helpful to the colleague. They may or may not be helpful to you immediately, but they're helpful and in the service of the colleague. That's the helpful part about them. We define helpful questions by some of their characteristics. They tend to be open-ended. They tend to be neutral and non-leading. And they send the colleague somewhere. We love the metaphor of a flashlight. A question is a flashlight that just shines a light in an area for further exploration, an area of not knowing that we can explore a little bit further. They are most often simple and short. What's important about that? What's next? You don't know the answer already when you ask the question. It sort of fits with everything else. They often have nothing to do with facts or data. What was that like for you? And they often start with what, and they don't start with why. That's coming back to the observation that Amanda made earlier. Any thoughts on what makes a why question potentially not as helpful as another kind of question? Yeah.
I think it could convey judgment.
Why do you say that? Yeah, great point. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And what's judgment like for you?
It shuts me down.
Yeah, that's an example of a what question just begins to get at what's really important. So, great examples. Some examples.
What do you want?
What's important about that for you?
What do you see?
What's next?
What happened?
Is next? What is next? Let's dig into this a little bit more. What's a helpful question comes to mind? Who's got a helpful question? Yeah.
One question I often ask when an employee comes to me, whether it's an issue or strategizing, whatever it might be, is what do you want the outcome to be?
Great question.
Yeah.
That helps me, the physicians, it helps me understand what their needs are and how I can.
Great.
Great.
Great. Beautiful.
It likely also helps them figure something out that they might have not known when they came in to see you.
Yeah.
What are other?
Yeah, it's interesting because often when you ask that question, they have to sit back and think, wait, what is it that I want?
That's actually how you know a question is helpful. When it takes people, they'll often say, ooh, that's a good question. But also when there's just time between your question and their answer, you're shining a flashlight someplace they hadn't looked before.
Although I may think in my mind, why are you here?
You might, yeah.
But on the other hand, my question would, I would never say that. What can I do?
But you might say, right, how might I help you?
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. What are other helpful questions?
Yeah.
What's most important for you?
What's most important for you?
Great.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Great. I think you guys have a good sense of that. We're going to try an exercise now. Jennifer is
Helpful
volunteered
question
to be
meter.
our helpful question meter, or HQM, as we like to call it.
Can you go over there so I don't bang into you? That'd be great.
I'm clearing out.
All right,
Don't worry about
good.
this.
Get out of here.
So here, Jennifer is going to present us with a topic that she's interested in discussing with all of you. And you're going to have the opportunity to ask a helpful question. Jennifer's not going to answer the question, so don't worry about that. But she's going to indicate through her movement how helpful that question was. If it's a not very helpful question, where are you going to go?
You tell me. Not helpful this way.
Yeah,
Away from the light.
Got to be that way.
All right, good.
I sent you that.
Good.
thought.
And if it's helpful, I'm going to go this way.
You're going to go that way. Everybody got the idea? We're going to start off at sort of neutral territory here. Okay, what is your topic?
So my topic is that a guy I've talked to a couple times, his coach, wants to join the BODA team, and I'm struggling with whether or not we should invite him onto the team.
What are you struggling with? What are you looking for in a team member?
I'm only got to leave some room.
What did you notice when you spoke with him?
What would make you wonder that?
What would make me wonder?
What makes you reluctant to jump in?
What's your gut reaction?
How will the rest of the team react?
I'm going to recalibrate.
How will he fit in with the team?
What would help you clarify your thinking on this?
What might you be missing in your train of thought?
One more.
Can you put your finger on why this is so hard for you?
Somebody send me to the window.
Something about your gut, I think. I mean, it was more relative to just really hitting home as to what your instinct was telling you, and then how the team would react.
So what might be a different helpful question that would...
What's important to you?
Yeah, great.
What's important?
Great, yeah.
What's important to you? Yeah.
What do you want for the team? Thought I could get her over the
Yeah,
window.
you knew I got the window. Good.
Thank you.
So what do you
everybody.
notice about that? Like, I actually saw lots of quizzical faces. As I would move one direction, I saw, why is she going that way?
Yeah,
What do you
yeah. If
notice?
you remember those, I think that would be really helpful. I noticed a few of those as well.
Yeah, there were some good ones that I thought were good. And then
Yeah, like what one? Tell me, and I'll tell you what
I
happened.
don't know who it was. You said something.
Like what would help clarify?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was really good.
That one for me was sort of like, I have analysis to do. Like, I got into, yeah, that's exactly, it was like,
That's what I was
yeah, I was like, yeah, What, a couple of ones, so what do you want for the team sent me there, because it got me into like, right, this is about the team I want to create and like the vision I have for the team and how would this guy fit into the team? Like that was really, like even just talking about it, I get really excited.
What is your level 3?
Yeah, like
I was
really
talking
excited.
about this now, yeah.
Yeah, things that got me pretty brainy sent me that way.
Pretty what, sorry?
Brainy.
Brainy.
In my left brain, I think is the.
And I think, I'm guessing, oh yeah. I
Yeah.
was just going to ask a question about that to get at more of that. And I'm wondering if it was your sort of sensation that you've spent a lot of time analyzing this question. In other words, you've done a lot of that and you are at a point where you're looking for something more. So a question that sends you further down that direction.
Yeah, and I don't think the answer is, in this case, I don't think the answer is a spreadsheet answer. Like I've done the spreadsheet, right? I know his criteria, I know how I've rated him on things, like I've done all that, and it's not getting me to clarity.
Yeah.
This is something I'm thinking. So, I mean, when I first saw, like, you don't ask why, I was like, that's ridiculous.
Heresy.
But I think what this is making me think is that it's more about like where the work is. Because to that point, like clearly, like you have thought about why, you've thought about what's going on, and I think the beauty in this is that by stopping and asking all these like kind of lower on Bloom's what questions, you're just saying no, like back up, like you're skipping a step and like trying to put the actual work on the person, like lay everything out on the table. Stop telling me like a summary of what's on the table, like let's look at each thing. And so I think it's becoming clearer for me why not to ask why. It still doesn't make intuitive sense. But I think it's about like who's doing, like
I'm not explaining this well at all, but like who's doing the work and at what level is that work? It's not like let's stop trying to tie a bow on it, like deconstruct it a little bit.
Yeah, and so what I think I might hear you say, Amanda, is about who's doing the work. Some of the questions that sent me that way had me doing the work. And I felt like the questioner wanted an answer for me as opposed to wanted an answer for them. So there were questions that it felt like the person asking was doing some analysis and that my answer might help them with their analysis. There was an ought to in it for me.
Let's get this thing done. Let's get this question answered.
Let's get you some closure.
Yeah. Great stuff. Any more observations on that exercise? Yeah.
Would you say that the questions that moved you closer to the window were more centered around like what do you want, or is that oversimplifying it? Do I need to think?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. In that particular example, they were because really the core of this issue for me, what I actually just got clear of in that conversation is what's most important to me about the BODA team. Like that's the core issue, and from there I can actually solve this particular question. So in that case, they were that way. What do you want is often at the heart of a line of helpful questions.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'll talk a little bit this afternoon about some of the other elements of the model, and desired outcomes and values are key parts of that workshop 2 material. Before we go to lunch, we're going to do one more wonderful thing, which is we're going to do another demo of using the coaching approach. And Jennifer is going to have a conversation as a leader with one of you as colleague. And so we would love to have one of you volunteer to come up.
You need to have a topic that's important to you and that you're willing to share.
That is
It could be an opportunity, a place of excitement, a question, a challenge.
It often would be probably helpful to our overall learning if it's a sort of professional topic, but doesn't have to be.
No one wants to follow Amanda's footsteps in her. She made such a great time. Great, come on up, Tara.
Thank you, Tara. Tara.
Can it be pretty broad? It's about one of my specific leaders.
Great.
Okay.
It can be whatever you want.
Would you like a 2-minute?
I would.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
So what's on your mind?
So I'm actually struggling with one of my senior leaders. He actually was promoted fairly quickly within the company. And what I'm finding is that he's having a hard time moving from more of an individual contributor to a leader of his overall function. So he's often he gets in this mind frame that I think is very detrimental to himself, where he's kind of focusing more on himself versus the leader of the function. And what I'm hoping to do is gain some techniques in order to help coach him to kind of rise more to that leadership level.
So you started by saying you're struggling. So what's the struggle?
I guess I'm able to recognize where he is, but to be able to convey that to him in a meaningful and helpful way to him without, in a way that's effective, that will help him move past it without being kind of, not accusatory, but I guess an effective way to kind of help him see that in order to move him to a different level.
So, tell me if I'm checking this out. I feel like I'm hearing that you're concerned that you might say it in a way that isn't effective or constructive or something? No?
I guess what I'd be concerned about is he tends to be, and this is kind of, he will self-proclaim this, a little bit paranoid, and he'll take offense if he's feeling like he's put in a vulnerable position. So I want to make sure that I take all that into account and give him kind of my advice in the most helpful way.
Got it. Because you're concerned that he might take offense, because that's sort of how he operates.
Right.
Right. So, how do you want him to see you?
I want him to see me as a trusted advisor.
Trusted advisor. And what's important about that?
I feel that the environment that an advisor creates is a safe place, and the subject that's working with the trusted advisor feels that that person has their best interest in mind, and so anything they suggest is truly for the benefit of the subject, and it's not coming from a place of judgment.
And what's important about being a trusted advisor?
The person that thinks of you that way is often able to benefit
So
from.
if they trust you, then good things will accrue to them
They
because
can
of it.
open themselves up, right?
Yeah. So you want to create a safe space for him. You know, what was that? It's just like a, what just happened?
No, I was just thinking, like, I guess I feel empathetic towards him, and I also kind of see, since I'm not in his reality, I'm able to kind of see a bigger picture, I see where I'd like him to be, which would be helpful for him, I think, but I'm just...
So the empathy you feel for him, like, what is that? What's there?
I feel for his situation.
What do you feel?
I think I feel a little bit of... I feel understanding, and I feel a little bit bad about where he is, and kind of, which is kind of created from himself.
So, what would it be like to share that with him?
I think it would be very honest, and he probably, if I'm thinking about him, he'd probably maybe react in one way first, but then he would think about it.
What would that first way be?
He might be like, whoa, he might kind of, his first gut would probably be maybe not to fully take in all the advice, but since I know him well, I know he would actually appreciate it when he stepped back.
So I hear that you want big things for him. Like you think he's capable. Oh wow, I got a big nod there. Yeah,
Definitely.
You think he's capable of it.
I want to help him see it in himself. That's really what it is, I think.
So you see what he's capable of.
Yes.
You believe it. You don't know that he necessarily sees it.
I don't think he does.
And it sounds like he's doing some things that are
derailing.
Yeah, and you look really uncomfortable. You're like,
yeah, because he does it over and over again.
Yeah, and you have a lot of empathy for him and the hard place that he's in. Yeah. So, what's the meaning you're making for yourself about your ability to influence this?
Well, it's helping me see that I definitely can, I think, contribute to his own helping of himself by just sharing my insights with him. But that I do think that it's ultimately his decision. I can't. Part of what I do sometimes is take the ownership.
Yeah, I'm hearing that. Like,
I do oftentimes.
Like it's
but it's his decision.
2 minutes, Jennifer.
Thanks, Chris. So the words are saying his decision, and yet I'm still getting that you want it for him,
right?
And you want to help him get there. Yeah. So you feel a little stuck.
Yeah.
No, maybe not. What else was there? You get to disagree with me, so tell me I'm wrong.
No, I do in some ways feel stuck, but in some ways I think I'm just kind of waiting because I have given him some advice, but I'm making sure not to push too far because ultimately it is his decision on how.
What's the most, so you at your best self, you as your strongest leader, what does that version of you want to do here?
I think continue to reinforce the themes I've been working on with him, but not solve anything for him because I know how important that learning is for someone to do on their own.
And what will you be most, forgetting the outcome, so let's take off the table whether he changes, he doesn't change, he succeeds, he doesn't succeed. Just thinking about you and how you want to operate as a leader, what will you feel the most proud of if this goes the best way it can go?
I guess the trust that I built with him.
Yeah, and you just sort of got like a little subdued there. Yeah, that feels sort of important right here. Yeah. So the thing you'll feel the most proud of is building trust with him. And is there anything else you need to do to deepen that trust?
I don't think so. I think just being there.
Okay. Anything else you need in this conversation?
No, I think it was helpful just kind of talking about it.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, once more, let's stand up for a second and shake off that experience and remember our operating principle of confidentiality. The coaching content is now complete. Let's have a seat. And just to bring you around to the things we've talked about this morning, I'd love to sort of think, what did we see here? Just remember really listening, watching and navigating 3 levels of listening, the first and the second and the third. What do we see about listening here? Helpful questions. What questions did Jennifer ask that seemed to you to be helpful? Where did you see not knowing, recognizing how little we really know, being open to new learning? Curiosity, fascination with, and deep desire to learn something. Where did we see these things come up? What did you notice in that conversation? What did Jennifer model here for us? What did you notice, Jeff?
I'd say it was the continuation of questions to help Tara really focus on what does she want to do here? What does she want to get done? What's most important to her? Really just kind of by asking a lot of the questions, able to get her to focus. And I think that's sometimes what's challenging for the coachees. They come in, they have all these thoughts about, well, this would be good, this would be good. It's kind of like a mishmash here. I think this, the questioning approach that Jennifer used helps create that focus of, okay, what is most important? What is of priority?
Yeah.
You called her on Tara on your emotions and what you were feeling and how you were showing up in the moment, which demonstrated level 3 listening, and actually then brought to more intense questions, just what happened just there, or how are you feeling about that you don't frequently hear in other types of conversations.
There was a lot of not knowing. You didn't make any assumptions about what Tara wanted. You asked her, well, what do you want? And there were a lot of different places you could have gone with that, but it was that curiosity and trying to focus on, what would be helpful to Tara and what did she really want to get out of the situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Versus brainstorming all the different ways that leader could become more effective, right?
Did any of you want to go there in your minds if you were sitting in this chair?
I mean, it might not be for now, but I have a question for Jennifer around whether, in your mind, you were diagnosing, or how you stayed in not knowing as opposed to diagnosing.
Yeah, so
I'm curious about that too.
Future element of the model, self-management. So I didn't want to diagnose, but I do work with Tara. So I started who's the person, right? And who's the senior leader, and what's the feedback, and so then I had to say, okay, I'm in level 1, right? I'm relating this to me. Let me go back over there. What's over there? So there's a lot of that for me was going on. And I didn't want to. It's interesting. I didn't want to fix the issue with the leader, but I wanted to take care of Tara. I wanted her to come out feeling good about this, so that wanting is productive in some ways and can get in my way, right? Because then I start to take it on as a way to make it right for her, instead of realizing that she's capable of making it right for herself. The level 3 listening builds a connection that's really, so this is gonna sound really, really hokey, so anyone who can't listen to that, close your ears. But we love our clients. We really do. When you listen at level 3, you connect to somebody a different way, and you want for them. You really take on what's important to them, and it's a really very strong wanting.
And isn't it hard when you want that, but you can see something that they can't see? Because sometimes that can be true.
Yep. I guess for me, it's that I'm usually wrong. And so I remind myself when I think I see it, that I'm probably wrong, number one. And number two, even if I'm right, it's going to have so much more power for them if they see it. So then I have to make sure I'm not leading the witness, right? I don't know the answer. Because once I get to the let me ask this question because I want you over there, I'm not actually serving them.
Or giving them the answer.
Yeah.
When you really don't. You don't know, you may not know because you don't know the full story.
Right.
Then you're really not serving them.
Exactly. But that's what people do though.
Right.
Let me tell you what I would do.
Right, and even if I know the whole story, every piece of data, what I don't know is what's most important to Tara. So I don't know. Yeah, Amanda.
And then you take on their emotion, their responsibility, their accountability, all of those sorts of things. So it becomes more reflective on yourself versus, really.
I'm back in level 1, right? It's all about me.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to save this person.
Human, I think human condition, we just, for me, I tend to just want to fix it and make suggestions, but it doesn't really do any.
I'd love to, we'll get to you in just one second, Amanda, and I thought I wanted to share one metaphor that we use, and it applies to several things in the coaching approach model, so we often introduce it later, but I think it fits here, is this image of, imagine you are with your colleague having this conversation, as Jennifer alluded to, the conversation, the connection that you have, particularly as you were able to be in that level 3 space. And imagine that your colleague is in the river of their life. The river's flowing downstream, and there's some calm areas and some rapid areas, and they're all in that life of theirs. And you're up on the bank, and you're connected to them with a rope. And so you are there with them, and you are having that conversation, and you are sort of the connection is the rope. It's very important not to be in the river with them struggling along, because you lose that ability to be helpful and to have that kind of detachment. And on the other hand, you don't want to be calling them on their cell phone and saying, oh, you know what you should do?
Wrap it head.
Yeah, exactly. So I often come back and think of that metaphor when I find myself, it's a sort of a thing, find myself getting in and saying, I'm starting to get wet here. Let's step back and maintain the connection. So maybe that'll be helpful as you think about that. Amanda.
So I like that metaphor. I guess my question, which is at some point, maybe this is like a both and, because at some point they need some technical support, right? At some point they're like, okay, I've appreciated this rope. I need the helicopter or whatever it is, if they're headed towards danger. And so, one question I'm struggling with is this seems like a very powerful conversation, having somebody to unearth what's going on, but then you might get to a point that's okay, so literally how do we have this conversation? How do I deliver this feedback? So when you switch to technical support, or and now we're ready to get to here's how to do it.
So 2 thoughts for me. One is a coaching approach is not always the right approach. Right? So there are moments that you need to be directive. The meeting's tonight, this is what I need you to do. There are 4 things. You do these 4, you do these 3, right? Sometimes that's exactly the right approach. Within a coaching approach, one thing we might have tried that I didn't but would have been a great idea is to practice with Tara. All right, Tara, tell me, why don't you go ahead and pretend I'm the guy and tell me what you would say, and I'll tell you how I react. I'm going to take on his personality of how he is. Let's go practice. And she would do it, and I would say, oh, wow, that felt awful. You scowled and whatever, right? So that would be a helpful exercise. But within a coaching approach, there wouldn't be a moment where I'd say, here's what you should do.
Yeah. And let's capture that question. I'd like to talk more about that question. I want to do it in the...
back in Cambridge?
Yeah, back in Cambridge,
okay.
Yeah. So if one of you could capture that question up there. It's a very, very important and relevant question.
What was surprising about the conversation I had with Tara? Getting lots of quizzical looks. So there's wheels turning.
You didn't resolve it. You
Nope.
didn't resolve it for her.
Nope.
So you just did the listening and curiosity of asking questions in an authentic way, and which allowed her to sort of process things and reflect. And
was there more that you wanted to see there?
I think just some suggestions or techniques, or have you tried this? More of not the what, but have you tried? What have you tried Well, you actually did say that, though. You did ask that question.
Along similar lines to what you were saying, I think there was a question at the end where you said, what else can you do to deepen that trust? And she said, well, I don't know, I'm really kind of doing it. And to me, I was thinking, I know we're near the end, but like, let's
Yeah,
continue.
I think that's what it was.
And I don't know that it was necessarily, like it should have been resolved differently, but that was something that I was thinking about.
It's like we didn't complete the whole like I felt like I wanted more. Like you walked in and you were taking her down this journey, but then it was time to end, but there was more to be had. You know.
Anything else? What else? Is there any interest in having lunch?
So here's our plan for lunch. We're going to scoot back to Cambridge for lunch. So when you get up, you'll be back in Cambridge. Lunch is outside. We're going to invite you to check email. Do we have to do grab lunch? And we're going to invite you to have some conversations over lunch. And we have some ideas on conversations. Thank you. So grab food, come back in. Feel free to change tables if you want to mix up who you're sitting with and meeting. And here are some lunch topics we thought you might consider. First one is, what are some development opportunities in your organization? 2, where and how are you using coaching today? What are you doing to develop your highest potential leaders? And what's on your wish list for leadership and professional development in your organization? And you'll notice that these topics are not about this program, and that's deliberate because we're going to have a whole chunk of time this afternoon to talk specifically about how this might be useful in your organization and what it might look like. So we'll have an hour for lunch. You can talk about these things or you can talk about something else. We are going to ask when we come back from lunch that you share a little bit about what your table talked about. No PowerPoint presentations required, but just a little bit so we get a flavor of the conversations in the room. What have I missed?
That's good.
Okay, great. So we'll meet back at 2:20.
One other thing I'll say is if you come up with questions that you'd like to add to the parking lot, please do.
Great.
And we'll come back at
2:20.
2:20. Well, I'm going to invite us to spend a few more minutes in Cambridge before we fly back out to Seattle for the rest of Workshop 1. And before we get into our, just hearing a bit from each table about what you talked about at lunch, I want to bring your awareness to another media mogul that we have in the conversation. We have Paige Brown, who is taking some photographs of us, again for the purposes primarily of marketing in this particular case. If you are, we understand that for you to be part of our marketing efforts, if you were to show up in one of our photographs, you would need to sign a release. So we're going to ask, we have releases, and if you are willing to be part of, to maybe show up someday on our website or on one of our marketing things, we'd ask you to sign a release. And if you don't want to be part of our marketing, don't sign a release, and we will make sure that we
You're
don't
not
use
in them.
that you're not in them. Does anybody have any questions about that or concerns? How do we want to navigate the process? Do we want to hand out releases and then?
We'll do it at the break.
We'll do it at the break?
Yeah, Nancy and him, you're going to hand them out and collect them.
Oh, so Paige can just snap away.
She can just snap away, and if there's anyone who doesn't like to have that done, we'll just pull our photos.
So we won't upload anything before the break?
Nope, nothing goes on YouTube this afternoon, nope.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, well, great. What just quickly remembering our operating principles of bottom lining and everything. What was the tenor of your topic at lunch? How about this table?
Of course, this table probably wasn't this table at lunch, was it?
Oh yeah, that's probably true.
I want to go on a retreat.
We were.
What? Ah, nice.
Very nice.
Mindfulness and balance.
Great.
Oh, wow.
Good. Mindfulness and balance. That's some good topics.
Challenges that coaching could potentially solve in our organizations, and with some of this content specifically.
Got it.
Great. Fantastic. Good. This table had scintillating conversation. I can allude to that. We had a lot of fun too.
That happens when Chris shows up too.
Who would like to share a little bit about what we talked about?
The younger generation.
The younger generation.
What their expectations are and how they want to be managed. And why is that?
Fascinating conversation in terms of developing leadership skills with a group that seems to have a different set of expectations about what it means to be a leader.
What are some of those expectations? I'm a not knower.
They want specifics on their career goals
Mm-hmm.
and their career path. They preferably like only positive feedback. And they want lots of feedback.
Lots of feedback, all positive.
They want to progress very quickly.
And want a time frame.
Oh, they want to
Exact
know.
date.
Okay. When am I going to get that promotion? Or got it.
And exactly what do I need to do to get that promotion?
A checklist.
And so just, I think we were kind of talking about how it's a challenge to managing them. They may be very smart, but it becomes a challenge.
Thanks.
There's some interesting, can I digress for a second on the feedback?
It's not digressing.
Okay. Some really interesting research about relationships and the ratio between positive and negative information that we receive. So there's a guy named Losada who's done research on teams and team effectiveness, and he studied 80 teams that were working on strategy projects, and he put mics on all the team members, and he captured every utterance that the team members said over some period of time, and utterance meaning a piece of a sentence, and they categorized each utterance as positive or negative. And then they looked at a correlation between positive and the ratio of positive to negative comments within the team and the team's performance. And the performance factors were profitability, customer satisfaction, and promotability within the team. And what he found was the teams that had the most success by those metrics had a positive to negative ratio of 2.9 to 1. Did I have that right? I think that's right.
I was going to say 3, but
okay.
I think
It's close enough. Which was really interesting, right? And so then we would all probably say, okay, so the teams that had more negative were probably less successful, right? And it turns out they were. What was fascinating was the teams that had a higher positivity ratio were also less successful.
Higher what, sorry?
More positive to negative, so more than 2.9 to 1. So if they had 4 or 5 to 1, they were
Too high in the sky.
yeah, and so not willing to tell each other the hard truth, not willing to disagree, not willing to have conflict.
So it's a balance.
Yeah. I said to a leader recently, I was asking a CEO about his team, and I said, what's your team like? We're great, we're really positive, everyone's really and I thought to myself, wow, I don't think that's great.
Right, you're not being truthful.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not truth being told. They also say that with kids, and I have to figure out where this study came from, that I just sent it to a friend who has a 9-year-old, so I'm hoping it goes young adults. I don't know how far up the scale it goes, but they actually, if the ratio of positive to negative is any less than 5 to 1, they interpret it as negative. So if you say 4 positive and 1 negative, they'll say your overall comments were negative.
Interesting.
And so it's not like they're the devil and they're just making our lives difficult, but it's really that the way they're processing the information is they will literally, so my friend was saying, whenever I tell my son feedback, I always tell him 2 things he did well and 1 thing he needs to work on, like I'm really balanced. But to him, she's being consistently critical.
And I wonder if there's any correlation with if you say those sorts of things at the beginning or the end, or or even the middle, if that has any sort of.
Yeah, in the Losada study, it didn't. It was just the ratio.
You just
yeah.
don't give them any negative feedback. Yeah, right. You're saying.
Right. It's really interesting.
That's an interesting parenting challenge.
Yeah.
It's
Studies about, has that changed over time?
I don't know that.
Style now.
well, this relates to our conversation at lunch. Right?
Yeah.
And everyone wins, or is that something that's been sort of, are there any sort of time?
I haven't seen longitudinal, but I will tell you a study that for anyone who's married in the room will care about. There's a guy by the name of John Gottman who's been studying marital success for years, decades. He's done longitudinal studies where he puts couples in this learning lab and he monitors everything they say and do, including their pulse, their blood pressure, skin temperature, skin moisture, et cetera. And he can predict with something like a 99% accuracy couples who will get divorced, based on the way they interact with one another and particular patterns of communication that they have with one another. It's fascinating.
4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Right. Yes, he does use that. Yep.
5 positive.
Yep.
Yep.
So the book is called like the seven principles of your marriage, something like that. But Gottman, Gottman. But it's fascinating. Like,
Yeah.
I had this conversation with a bunch of guys last week, and they were all writing this down. Like, oh, I better check. But it just shows you like the power. For me, the issue, I just a cacophony. But the power here is the power of our words. Right? Like it has such impact.
But I also think it's how the tone and how you deliver the words too, because
yes.
I often have to think, okay, the person I'm speaking to, I need to, whatever the message may be, how am I going to present it? And maybe I have to present that message to a couple different people, so then that message needs to be delivered in different ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Tone makes a huge difference.
Words.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Level 3.
That's like Gottman's point too. Is
right.
That if it's like the positive, the way you deliver it is whether it's coded as positive or negative.
Right.
So it's not that you're not unearthing the conflict, it's just that you're not like stonewalling or these other behaviors that really.
Right.
Contempt is my favorite.
Yeah.
The 4 horsemen.
Yeah.
It's the sarcasm. It's
also very different by culture, right? So, we deal with it in our India office. The reviews have a very different tone to them. It tends to be like, this person is doing very well and is above track, and then here's all the things that they're doing wrong.
Right.
But we actually have, we have Americans and Canadians and people who grew up in Western cultures who are in that office. I've heard feedback around, that style of review is very demotivating, even though if they, they don't want to speak up and say, please change that, because it actually sort of culturally for the
right.
office.
That's what works there.
Grew up in India. It feels like a meaningless review if it's the other way around. Here's all the things you're doing
We're
great,
taking
so
notes.
it's like whatever.
So,
what I need to do to improve.
Chris is making eyes at me during this, not those kind of eyes, we're at this conversation because we're headed to Delhi for a project in a month, and we're teaching this material, we're teaching this whole 4 workshop series, and thinking about how we'll give feedback.
What you just said just clicked in with an interview that I did with one of the leaders last week. It's fascinating that came up.
Yeah.
That's great. I'm getting a message that the teleporter to Seattle is leaving.
Oh, okay. But wait, this table, anything this table wants to share about lunch?
So we have to make sure we get this table.
No?
We talked a little bit about professional services firms and how they underinvest in leadership development, which feels very true.
Yeah.
And also how it can be very difficult, I think, to convince people to spend a lot of money on things like how to mentor or very squishy, soft things like that, where there's not a very tangible, if you do this, then your business will improve by X amount.
Right.
It can be a difficult sell, I think, to get people to invest in significant development and training or sessions of coaching or whatever around topics like that.
That sort of feels like a parking lot question. Would one of you capture that? Sort of how do you make the case for quote unquote
leadership development,
development, interpersonal type of training?
Great. Teleport, what is it? Leaving?
While you were saying we already got to...
Back in Seattle, here we are. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, so I gotta do a stand up and sit down. Sorry, everyone stand up. Shake off Boston.
That's a great idea.
Our challenge, we keep everyone awake
Dizzy
after all
from
that
the teleporter.
eating from. Yeah, stop it. Okay, sit back down. All right, so now we're gonna do some practice about what we learned before lunch. So let's just do a quick refresher. Let's start with not knowing. So we have a definition there which you could read, but what does not knowing mean in your words? Having digested it a little from this morning.
Right.
Checking our assumptions.
Checking our assumptions.
Easy to assume that we have the context.
Yeah, assuming we have the context. What else is not knowing? What's important about not knowing?
That you're open to a new one?
Yeah, it's literally a spaciousness. Good.
And not being judgmental. So many times we are.
Good. How about
all anyone has to do is bring up a topic and you can think of something.
Right.
It's negative.
Yes. Yeah. What about really listening? What's important about really listening and navigating the 3 levels of listening?
The impact that it has on the person being listened to.
Yeah.
And really being present in that moment. And so that's your focus.
Great.
Also just knowing that you have the metacognitive power to regulate this.
Great.
I like that. Some great bonuses.
So we've yet to have a Teach for America workshop where somebody didn't say metacognitive at least once. So as soon as you said it, I looked at Chris and be like, it's a Teach for America person. We're into metacognitive. I love that. No, we love that.
I love it. I just bask in it.
It's good.
Yeah.
All right, helpful questions. What's important about helpful questions? What, not why? Good. What's your intention in asking a helpful question?
Help the other person, not yourself.
It's not for you to understand or get the answer. It's to help them figure out where they want to go.
Where are you most likely to get stuck on a helpful question, you personally?
If you get curious and you just
If you want to solve.
Trying to solve.
Sometimes I ask questions I know the answer to.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's tricky.
Yes.
A couple things there, the problem solving and answering the question that you already, asking the question you know the answer to. And I'd like to offer a little reframe on the thing about curiosity, because in our view, curiosity is a great way out of a getting stuck on a line of questioning that seems to have gone nowhere, an awkward, silence, not silence can be good, but an awkward silence, to just think, what am I curious about?
One of the places we see folks get stuck on helpful questions is they make them very, very, very long. 9 sentences does not constitute a helpful question. And what am I missing? Curiosity. What's important about curiosity?
Actually, asking questions that are going to keep them focused. You help them focus on what the issue, what the issue really is.
Yeah, for me, it's not so much about focus, because sometimes that's not what your colleague needs. Sometimes that's not what they need to focus. Who's got another way to frame that?
Helps you uncover. I was going to say helps you uncover what is going on, but also makes the other person feel heard.
Yeah. And I'd say it helps you both uncover, right? Because it's actually, to go back to the helpful questions, it's about them. It's helpful for them. So your curiosity is for shared benefit. You want to learn and you want them to learn too.
But also you're getting a better understanding of the situation.
It's a pretty powerful way of
And the person.
making connections.
Connection, yeah.
Yeah.
Engaging the other person.
Yeah. Very much so. All right, so you're going to have a chance to practice all 4 of these things. We're going to put you back in pairs, so go ahead and make eye contact with someone you have not worked with yet. And if you are partnerless, raise your hand. So we got, okay. Who still needs a partner? Go ahead and find each other. Who's still, Renata and Deb, great. Veronica, who still needs a partner? Okay, there we go. Great. So why don't you go ahead and get with your partners. You can stand or sit, whatever you want. We'll do a little shuffle and then we'll give you your instructions. Standing after lunch is always a good. We can spread out. We can go in the next. We have the next room too. So whatever you need to do. So take a moment and think about a topic you want to talk about with your colleague. Something that is important to you about your job. Something you're willing to share, not something you're making up. Just take a second to think about what that topic might be.
Can it be a challenge?
It can be anything you want. It can be a challenge. It can be a question. It can be anything at all. Raise your hand if you need more time on a topic. All right, good. So one of you in your pair, raise your hand. You're going to be the first colleague. If you didn't raise your hand, you're going to be the first leader. Leaders, your job is to be not knowing, to be curious, to listen and navigate your 3 levels of listening, and to ask helpful questions. Colleague, your job is to talk about whatever it is that's important to you to talk about. We're going to give you 6 minutes to do this, and we'll give you a warning about a minute before your 6 minutes is done.
Great. Can we try something? No, you didn't miss anything. I was just hoping to maybe add something. Is for the people being the leaders, let's just take a few moments and think about what your first helpful question is going to be.
Great.
Why are you
What's wrong?
Great reframe. Yes. Yeah.
All right. Wow, someone's really unhappy out there. Let the 6 minutes begin.
Thank you.
So we are now 20 minutes after time. So what do you think about not debriefing in between rounds? Is that okay?
Someone from our team.
Well, I think other than that, we're good. And if we will eat into a little that workshop wrap, and that'll be fine.
Yeah, cut this for 6 minutes.
Now, so literally get up and switch seats. If you were the leader, you are now the colleague. If you were the colleague, you're now the leader. Remember your topic. And go ahead.
And go ahead.
I like that we're being very intentional about finding a new person to talk to. I think people, especially with a bunch of introverts, it's hard sometimes to do that.
We have several introverts in the group. There's no question. Let's take a solid line on this. Just get the volunteers at a break. It doesn't have to be long before, but just take that minute to ground them, when somebody's going to participate. So I think that helped a lot. And this all comes from, we have this recorded somewhere. We have to play it sometime. The first learning call at Angel, which was the person about building the pool, it was just, in fact, I have to
I didn't hear it, but I just heard about it.
It was my nadir of my coaching. Okay, let's come back together.
You can stay standing if you like, or you can come back to a seat, whichever you prefer. So, some conversations don't want to end over there. Good.
Yes.
So, think about your role as colleague and tell us, whenever time you were colleague, tell us some brilliant things that your leader said or did in your conversation.
One thing that Joanna said is where do you see examples of this working within your organization?
Great, helpful question. What else was valuable? Yeah.
Well, I was just talking about a specific issue with someone in my team, and what I'd asked, just how will I know?
Oh, how will you know? Great question.
And nice and short, too.
Yeah. That's great.
Yes.
One question that was helpful was, what will make you feel successful? So, what actions or what?
What was the impact on you of that question?
It made me think about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Renata.
Deb asked a great series of questions. That wasn't just one question. It was the series of questions that made me feel she had been in my shoes before.
And what was
She kinda got it.
She got it. She got you, it sounds like. Yeah. Yeah. What was some evidence of really listening that you experienced as the colleague?
I don't know, I could tell Christina, you were listening, you were listening because I think number one by your questions, but also your eye contact with me, your gesturing, there was a real interest there. And I felt that I had you 100%.
Wow, great.
Wow. Great listening.
Now one knows you're capable of it. You'll demand it all the time.
Immediate applicability of skills. Yes, fantastic.
I think the thoughtfulness of questions is a huge indicator too.
Yeah.
Being able to follow up, or if there was something, she would ask for clarity. Just so that, let me make sure I understand, and then follow it up with a question.
Great. Yeah.
going to say the same thing, the questions and all the same things that Tom had said, just the focusing, leaning in and nodding the head, but asking questions that helped me be more specific and helped me identify exactly what I was looking for.
Great, great. When you were the leader, how many folks were able to be a not knower? Ooh, hard. Hands are not going up. What happened?
You want to get it?
You did?
Yes, well, I learned that I had very similar challenges, so we were like,
Share.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Hard to be a not knower when those buttons get pushed.
I mean, I feel like be honest, like a trap I felt I was falling into was like I was developing in the moment a hypothesis about what I was thinking was happening. So I immediately started asking questions that tested my hypothesis instead of trying to stay like very neutral.
Yeah.
And stop myself in the moment.
So natural. Yeah. Yay, we're all human. We all did what humans do. We made up stories. Okay, so not knowing was tricky. How about curiosity? How easy or hard was curiosity? Nods? Yeah.
It's actually interesting. I mean, I've never been in the situation that you were describing, and so it was curiosity that was leading me to ask the questions that you interpreted as me having been.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Curiosity is is easy to bring up when you honestly don't know anything about the situation, and there's something intriguing about it. Fantastic. Great.
Well, and also, kind of the unknown.
Yeah,
I mean, for
right.
both of us.
Yeah,
it's,
absolutely.
do you bring it up with the other individual?
Yeah.
And what is that individual's reaction going to be? So it's
Say a little more about that, Tom.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Not sure we're tracking, but it meant something over there.
I know, you two are
Worked for you.
Yeah.
part of the conversation to really understand.
So I think for both of us, it was, we didn't have the same issue, but, delivering a difficult message to someone. How do we do that? Kind of the fear
In a
of
position of power.
In a position of power, right? Delivering a message to somebody in a position of power that isn't a message that they want to hear. And, how do you manage that reaction?
Got it.
The curiosity of what the reaction would be, and then.
Yeah. So really, it sounds as if you're taking these learnings and these skills and pressure testing them right away. Going to how do we do this in a really difficult conversation? It's very exciting, to hear about that. What I'm very curious as to was this. To what extent was this? What was different about this kind of a conversation, the conversation you might typically have with a colleague? What was the stretch here for you? What was different about it? Yeah. Oh, Anne's went right up.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, it was the part of the challenge of not knowing. It's trying to give them solutions to try or to brainstorm what those potential ways to address the situation could be. It's really hard to step back, and I think that I have that tendency to problem solve.
What do you say, Veronica?
I think often as a manager leader, I have things that I need to tell the person. So it's rare that someone will come to me with just an open-ended, like, what should I do about so-and-so? Usually it's like, I need to tell them either they are or not meeting expectations.
Right.
So I'm just actually wondering, maybe it's a parking lot question, but are there ways to have this type of conversation when, as the leader, you actually have a message that you need to pass, as opposed to this kind of scenario where someone's saying, this is what I'm thinking about.
That's a great question. Let's put it up there. And
sure.
If you want to comment on it now or wait, which either way.
Yeah, I would love to actually comment on it now.
I got sense you wanted to comment on it.
So I think there's one way of having this conversation, which is the way we're having it here, which is very open. What do you want to talk about? What do you want coaching on, right? But I think what we find is that you can pick any element of the model and apply it in almost any situation, right? And so you might have a situation where you need to tell Joe that his performance is subpar and these are things he needs to do, right? You can, in that conversation, choose to really listen and really notice. How's Joe reacting? What's coming up for Joe? Can he even hear me right now? Or is he so shut down that he can't even process this? You can ask helpful questions. So you can say, Joe, here's the message. What did you hear me just say? How do you react to that? How is this sitting with you? Those are also not knowing places. I don't know how this is affecting you. I would be making it up. I'm curious about it. What do you think? So all of that can come into play, and it might be that just one of them comes into play in one sentence, but that there's space for it in pretty much every conversation. And it doesn't have to be just when you have those wide open, what do you want to talk about conversations. Yeah. You can bring them in. The other thing related to that is what we find when we do this work with leaders is that the application of a coaching approach very quickly goes to problems. And what I want to suggest to you is that this can be useful across the full range of topics. So one of the things I'm working with my coach on is, and this will sound like bragging, and I'm not. So I had a particular success with a particular client, and I don't know why. And I really want to explore with him, what is it that happened? Because it'd be useful to my learning to find out what I did that was useful. I need a thought partner in that dialogue, and I don't need someone to say, you're great, or you did this, you always do that. I need someone to really engage me to figure out, because the only answer exists in me somewhere, I just haven't gotten to it yet. And so it's a really valuable conversation to go at the success, to understand it. It's valuable to go at any question or topic that you might think about. And we immediately go to problems, and I just want to invite you to think very expansively about where you might, what a wonderful thing if someone's had a huge success to say, how did you contribute to this? What was your role in this? What did you bring? How are you going to celebrate? Who else knows about this? Not a helpful question, take that one off. But you know, what is it? What are you most proud of? What's exciting about this for you? Those are all ways to help the person live that experience more fully. What an incredible gift you'd be giving them.
Beautifully put, thank you. I'm glad we
I'm passionate about that level 3 here, yeah.
Took an extra minute or two to talk about that. That's very important. I'm sitting with the celebration question. I'm just noticing that that's something that comes up a lot in conversations I have, and it's just noticing that it's probably a thing about the problem solving. I've got this, I'm here coaching, I want to work on this, I got to work on this. What are we celebrating? You know, we've been working together for 3 months. You know, what was it like 3 months ago? What's it like today? What's it going to be like in another 3 months? What do you want it to look like? And I'm finding personally that's a pretty powerful question. What are we celebrating today? Maybe we'll ask that of everyone at the end of the day.
Great, we'll change our questions. Good, good. Are we ready to, is there anything else that needs to be said here before we wrap this section up? I'm curious about reactions to what I just said about the positive side. Nods, Amanda.
I mean, I love that. I wrote this down to put in some survey or something later. But I think it's been helpful to actually practice some examples.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a great suggestion.
Open-ended, like, you know, come up with like a topic. I don't think you said it had to be a problem, but I actually think it would have been a different kind of challenge to practice doing a celebration.
Yeah, great idea. Great idea. Love it. Thank you.
Yes,
You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
And I think sometimes in our organizations that are so fast-paced, we may say, thank you, or we appreciate that, but we don't take a step back and we try to debrief and say what worked well, what can we improve upon, but really to ask people, you know, what are you most proud of, what are you know, all of those questions, and truly celebrate the success and have a big impact.
Great.
That's great.
Okay, so as we're about to leave Seattle, and so we're just going to wrap up this last bit of Seattle work. We don't have this on a flip chart.
We don't have the
assignment.
The assignment?
No.
Okay.
So we're going to give you your assignment later. Normally what we do at this stage in the workshop is we have you fill out a feedback form, and after you give us your feedback form, we give you your assignment. But since we're going to hold the feedback form, we're just going to tell you verbally your assignment, and we'll give it to you in writing later. And you have 3 assignments. One, and you'll get some writing, so you have to write it down, is to do some listening at level 1, 2, and 3 and jot down some notes about what you notice. The second is to identify one work relationship where being curious and not knowing might really be useful. Have a conversation, trying your best to be a not knower, and notice what you learn. We always ask people to write that down too. It just helps to lock in the learning. And then 3, ask 10 helpful questions and watch the impact that you have. Okay, so that's going to be the official end of Workshop 1 in Seattle. So we're in the sort of get up and stretch mode. So let's do that. And when we sit back down, we'll be back in Cambridge. I'm literally going to stretch. All right, whenever you're ready, sit back down and welcome back to Cambridge.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I was like,
It was tilty.
actually, only 10 minutes of windows, that's good. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice trip.
So here we are, back in Cambridge. And our first questions, we'll do...
How was your trip?
How was your trip? Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say. How was your trip?
Eye-opening.
Eye-opening? What was eye-opening about it?
It's hard to coach. Just new ways of thinking about things.
Mm-hmm.
At least start to think about yourself in terms of how you coach. What kinds of questions are you asking in different situations?
Yep, that's right. Sort of a mirror that we hold up.
Self-awareness.
Yeah.
I have more questions.
You have more questions?
Yeah, which is great. That's great.
What questions do you have?
Oh, loads of questions. Like, how does this? Where's the role of reflecting observation? If you have hypotheses, do you just try to block them? Do you? Is there a role and a way to share hypotheses, for example? And then I go to like the leaders and the business and in our business, and how would this really apply? It does. I get it. I'm just like how some of the things that you just said then about using some of these skills, using some of the parts of the process in every conversation. It doesn't have to be just a full-blown coaching conversation. It really resonates with what I think we need. So I mean, I have tons really. I wouldn't know where to. Those are just some of them.
Great. So lots percolating there for you. Yeah. It's exciting. How's the balcony seat?
It's great. I am very happy being here.
Good. Good. Good view from the balcony.
They're happy with me being here, but I am.
Good.
Fantastic.
Good.
Great.
What did you notice? Yeah, Christina.
For me, it's really, and we've talked about this a little bit, but I'm not there to solve their problem. I'm there to guide them to solve their problem. But I shouldn't be the one giving them the answer to the problem. And so that's been, I think, kind of something I've recognized that I do, and that would be a challenge for me.
So we have that same conversation around our tables, and we have a saying now that says you care too much. And we mean that kind of sarcastically, in that you care so much that you're dipping in to try to oversolve and overfunction rather than letting the other person come forward. So it's a reminder to ourselves to say, stop caring. And that's our trigger to our teammates to say, figure out another way to get them to own it or to help solve it.
Interesting. Yeah.
We say the same thing, which is don't let them give you the monkey. Like my director of HR gave us all that barrel of monkeys, because I know our executives are like, they try and just put it on you. So it's like, don't let them pass the monkey to you, let them keep it and help them. It's easier said than done.
I think I'm also reflecting on something you said earlier, Jennifer, in response to a question I asked, which is about, like, I'm trying to square this with situational leadership. The idea that, like, actually, like, in some situations, coaching might be, like, the worst thing I could do for somebody if they're not in the right place. So I find myself just trying to think through lots of different situations and think about, where and how to fit the coaching in different levels. And sometimes that'll be the featured presentation, but other times, like how to diagnose, like, when to get into coaching.
What parts of the workshop one did you enjoy personally? What were highlights for you?
Yes.
They gotta keep
Yeah.
meeting everybody.
Yeah.
I like that we had different partners for each,
Good.
each practice that we had. I think breaking it down into very tangible chunks with curiosity and not knowing, like I think it was just very helpful for me to think about it along those dimensions.
We had an executive we worked with last week say, it wasn't too much. Like it was just enough that I could remember it, but not so much that it was enough that I felt like I walked away with something, but it wasn't so much that I forgot the 15 elements or whatever, yeah.
It was insightful and practical.
Oh, good.
It was really refreshing not to do role playing.
Yes. Yes.
Role playing.
Yes.
Their actual
real
issues,
Yes.
whether it's personal or professional,
Mhm.
that just feels less abstract.
Yeah.
Right.
Great.
I mean, it wasn't theory. That's what it wasn't. I mean, there is a process, and you think about those different steps in different situations, and everyone should be able to do that rather than saying that's a great theory, but then how do I apply
Right.
it? Because I don't understand how you would apply it in my life.
My situation.
This is applicable.
Good.
Oh, right.
We want to come back for more, actually. It's like, okay, there's more to this, isn't there?
Sure is.
It's a good structure.
You've accomplished your objective.
Yes. We'll talk about that a little bit. I do feel, I have to say, when you ask questions that I know the answer is in workshop 2, 3, or 4, I have a little bit of, that doesn't feel quite right. We're having a really nice dinner tomorrow. Sorry, you can't make it. So I don't really want to say that, but there really are answers in the rest of the, yeah, there's a lot more. Anyway.
So we have to hold to that a little bit. Yeah, hold on to that a little bit. We'll talk about that as we go forward.
What parts of this do you feel like would have the most impact in your organization?
Let me ask a slightly different question, which is, how do you imagine this workshop that you went through being received in your organization for a group of leaders coming together and being exposed to something like this?
I think that some of the administrative leaders would be more receptive to it than the lawyers, for example.
That's shocking.
It goes against all my preconceived notions.
I know that's really shocking. I think for some of my leaders, if they could get, it would be really hard for them to be able to listen and not go right to problem solving or directive. But I think if they could get there, it'd be refreshing for them too, because they're always in the mode of having to lead and solve problems and give direction. But it would be, I think, harder for them than someone in my position.
I still think it's very powerful at the professional services, at a professional services firm when it comes to client development. That's where I still see the biggest application of this.
Huge.
I'm supposed to go out and suddenly sell things to clients and, developing the confidence to go in and actually sit down and engage them in a conversation that is actually just about them. And it's not coming in and being, I'm the smartest person in the room and I'm here to solve your problems.
Right.
Sort of giving people the confidence to go and talk to clients, even when they may not have a big, big presentation that they're going to present or talk through.
It's funny, I said the same thing, sitting at a different table at lunch talking about it, just how professional services professionals often will go in and talk about their own expertise and say, I'm so great, I'm so this, I'm so that, and they forget to say, well, what are your goals? What are you trying to accomplish? How do you perceive value and those sorts of things? So from a client development perspective, because business development in this economy is huge, if there was a way to set that context and apply this framework to that context, I think that's the way to get buy-in.
We find that's often a point of entree into organizations. They're willing to make the investment in time and money there, and then they suddenly say, oh my God, this would be useful with my team. Yeah.
The challenges made, at least in the environments I've been in, not having people engaged in the process. They would participate and would love it and say this is a highlight for them, but it's keeping it in the forefront and actually doing it, and clicking over to have it become a habit and a behavior and a way of doing it is the hard part.
Yes.
And I can't resist saying one thing
Go
about
ahead.
the larger
I know where you're
program
gonna
on
go,
that one, because we spend, as you might imagine, getting to know us a little bit, a lot of time thinking about the program and the way it unfolds. And and the time between the sessions, and whether we ask pre-work before and after. And one of the things that we're really noticing and coming to understand is that as you go through the 4 workshop series of the coaching project, there are different takeaways at each stage. And I won't, you'll have your takeaways from the first workshop, so I won't say what we think they should be. I'll let you experience those for yourself. And we really noticed that in workshop 3, there tends to be I'm seeing how this all comes together. It's getting more natural. It's becoming part of the fabric of the way that we do things here. The value's already been shown to me, and now I'm practicing it. And then our final workshop 4, which we'll talk about and give you a little structure, is we really focus on celebration there, because there are some new things that we're learning, but it is a celebration of the integration of these things. And we know from all the adult learning studies and the research in the field that adults still learn. That's the good news. We were talking about that at lunch. You learn for the rest of your life. You have the capability of doing it. And learning seeps in over time with practice. And you don't learn everything, and even if you do all 4 workshops in one day, you're not going to take everything away. So it's a great observation that you made. Other thoughts? Other questions for you?
I'm not sensing a lot of question here. I'm sensing a lot of sort of settling with this. There's sort of wheels turning and thinking, and sort of a real calm in the room right now, which is very different from the pairs that were so effervescent. There's a real, people are sort of settling in. They're either asleep or they're content. Hopefully, I'll go with content. That'll be the story I make up.
I'll make that one up too.
Okay, good.
Wildly satisfied.
Do you think this is the right time to shift her a little bit and maybe talk about the broader program and then come back to more Q&A? What do you think?
Sure.
Does that work?
Would that be helpful to you to talk a little bit about? And you had Rebecca has a stack of questions, so let's talk a little bit about that. Hopefully. Well, we'll take mutual responsibility if people don't want to hear that question. They'll ask their own question. I'll talk about this in a minute, but let me just, where's our model? Yes.
Do you want it someplace else?
No, I think let's leave it here. I'll just stretch out a little bit. As we mentioned in the literature that we sent beforehand, if you've had a chance to look at it, and some of the conversations we've had with each of you, when we talk about the Coaching Approach for Leaders program, the way that is designed is to be a 4-workshop series. Each workshop is roughly half a day, 5 hours, 4.5 hours, 5 hours. And there are typically spaced, ideally we find them to be best spaced in the 3 to 4 weeks between time frame for a number of reasons, including what we just talked about, the idea of percolation, settling in, people having a chance to think about some of these issues. Just to look at I think I will come over to the structure.
I'll go over here then.
The way that we set things up is that, as you experienced the first part of this in coming to be with us today, there's a set of pre-work questions, the idea being to just get us thinking, get us to know you a little bit, and also to get the participants reflecting on their leadership and some of the things that they want to learn coming into this process. We have W1, that's workshop 1, and there is an assignment coming out of that, and Jennifer gave you that, gave you the assignment that comes out of workshop 1. And then in between workshop 1 and workshop 2, again, that's sort of 3 to 4 week rhythm, there's a learning call. And a learning call is really a chance to review what happened in the first workshop, find out how people are doing on their assignments. Hey, did you ask some helpful questions? How did that go? How was that working out for you? We often do a demonstration, such as you saw today, that we did a couple demonstrations today. We do that over the phone. It's one of the questions that came up, is this, how do you do these kinds of things when you're talking on the phone? Well, we have a good chance to do that because we do the learning call on the phone. We also try to keep in touch with everyone throughout the entire process with some emails, with some tips, suggestions, those sorts of things. And then we continue that cycle through the remaining workshops. So then there's a assignment that becomes the pre-work for the second workshop. We have the second workshop, an assignment, learning call, pre-work, W3, and on through that process. And about a month between sessions, so typically a full coaching approach for leaders program will unfold over the period of 3 to 4 months, depending on how that comes out. So that get a sense of the sort of the rhythm of that, and you've gotten a good sense for the first cycle of that rhythm. Over the course of those 4 workshops, we cover everything that is in the everything that we believe is the fundamental coaching approach for leaders model. Total of 13 elements at last count. I think it's still 13 that we believe are that work very well together. When you sort of get to workshop 3 and 4, you have this very much of that sort of cohesive experience. But as we were talking about earlier, each individual skill technique is something that can be used and very powerful in and of itself. What you just went through, we refer to internally, we don't have an official name yet, but we refer to internally as sort of the setting the foundation workshop. And that is obviously covering what we see as being central to the model of not knowing and curiosity. And then providing some initial skills that, as was mentioned at this table, are things that are very practical, that can be put into place immediately, particularly the really listening and helpful questions. When we move on then to workshop 2, and keep me honest here, we go into workshop 2, the umbrella theme for workshop 2 is the area of really understanding your colleague and really seeing where your colleague is coming from and what they hope to achieve. We talk about the concepts of desired outcomes. What is it that your colleague seeks for their highest and best self going forward? It could be something, I just want to have a great meeting next week, or in 5 years I want to be the CEO of the organization. It's looking at the underlying values that drive our energy and keep us focused on moving forward. And then we talk about 2 mindsets in some detail. The concept is, we talked a little bit about lunch, about holding your colleague capable, creative, and complete. A lot of this couldn't help but come up in the conversations we were having in the first workshop. The idea that I am working with an individual who is smart and motivated and energetic and wants to progress in their career. How do I have a conversation with them in which they are really allowed to discover that for themselves? And I don't need to feel that I have to either protect them or give them the answer or take care of them or care too much, as the expression came up earlier today. How do I really help them blossom forth in the creativity and the capabilities that they have internally? And a very related mindset of being with and for your colleague. When I am sitting down and having a coaching conversation as a leader using the coaching approach, it's all about my colleague. It's not about me. It's not about me asking a brilliant question or being a successful leader. It's about kindling that success and that energy on the part of my colleague. So those are the components of the second workshop. When we go to the third workshop, we are moving into more of an area that we call, for lack of a better term, the umbrella of communication, of really effectively understanding everything that goes into an effective and engaging, productive conversation that we're having, and what are all the things that add to communication. We talk about the components of creating a safe space where the colleague can feel free to talk about things that are very deeply important, as we saw in some of the demos today, and emotion can come up, and that's okay, and it's something that really fosters us getting to a very deep and meaningful conversation. We talk about, on the flip side, on our communication side, of self-management, and this came up a few times. I may be really relating to what this person's saying, I may be really uncomfortable with what this person's saying, but it's not about me, I'm in the service of my client. What are the things that I can do to ensure that I'm not imposing myself and not being effective? So all of the skills and techniques around applying self-management come into play. We also talk about awareness, and this was, Rebecca, to your point, you used a great term at the beginning. You asked about, I'm trying to remember, it was hypothesis articulation or something, something along those lines. That's getting at awareness, and we saw some of that in the demos this morning. I'm getting a sense that noticing something that's going on through your level 3 listening. I'm sensing that this person is nervous or excited about this or really enthusiastic about this, and choosing when to articulate that. I'm noticing that you haven't said anything for the last 5 minutes. That would be an observation, or an interpretation. A hypothesis would be, I'm getting the sense that that everyone in this room is is really, really excited and energized about that. Well, that's my hypothesis, but I want to check that out. So that's the concept of awareness. And those are the three things that we talk about in Workshop 3. And then the culmination in Workshop 4, we like to really think of as an integration theme of really taking the full model and moving forward, and how are you going to most effectively use this in your organization and with the particular specific leadership challenges that you have. And we bring in a few extra skills. The really, really key concept, and this becomes really a theme for the whole workshop, is the idea of perspectives. A couple things about that. One is the way that we see the world, the way that our colleagues are thinking about a particular opportunity or particular problem is one of many ways to look at it. And a perspective is there are many, many possible perspectives. The perspective would be, if I don't do this, it's the end of my career. Their perspective could be, I have all kinds of choices here. It's understanding that there are a lot of different perspectives, and it's understanding that we have a choice as to what perspective we want to bring to a problem. We talk about the perspective of failure at the beginning, about is failure going to be, I'm going to be embarrassed and make a fool of myself in front of the group, or am I really going to jump into the learning process and really stretch myself? Two very different perspectives. We talk about perspectives. We talk about the skill of acknowledgement, really seeing somebody and making a statement in a very simple way about who they are. Not a pat on the back of what you've done, but just a very simple statement of who you are. And then we have empathy, which is a very important mindset. The word empathy came up several times in the conversation today. What does that really mean as a mindset? And when you choose to bring forward the mindset of empathy, what does that bring to the coaching conversation? How does that pull everything together? So that gives you a sense of the flavor for, hopefully, of the arc that we go through across the 4 workshops. Now I'll take a breath and ask for some questions or reactions. What are you expecting to see there that you don't see there, or what do you see there that seems unusual from a coaching
longer term, right? So the program's done, the group goes through it. Do you have any advice for organizations around how to keep this alive? Do you suggest refreshing it every number of years? Or do you do sort of longer term?
Great question.
That's a great question.
One thing, the first thing I'm really, really interested in Jennifer's thoughts on this. One thing that we are noticing is when we get to Workshop 4, one of the themes that we hear over and over again is there's sort of a wistfulness. You know, this group has been together and been together through the highs and the lows and the struggles and the triumphs, and they get to the end of the workshop and they look around at each other and say, well, we really have gotten to know each other as a team here going through this, and what it will be like if the rest of our organization, if this becomes the de facto way of operating and communicating in our organization, and what can we do to bring this to a broader group of people, and you know, in the true spirit of creative, capable, and complete, and we know that these, you know, there are a lot of great ideas that come up, and we're happy to help and help to be part of that conversation. But it's going to be very dependent on the organization. And the key thing is that fire is kindled in that initial group of people, that they really want to be in and work and build an organization that's different and is based on these principles.
2 other things we've tried. One is doing a series of learning calls after the workshops, some monthly for some number of months after, which give folks a chance. Partly it's an accountability thing. Oops, the call's coming up, I better do what I said I was going to do. But also gives folks a chance to check in and say, I tried that thing, it didn't work, or celebrate a success, etc. So that's sort of one method. The other thing is sometimes we drop this into the forums that we do, so you have familiarity with that. So if we're doing a year-long forum with leaders in an organization meeting monthly, we'll drop this in at the beginning to help them build a set of skills so that they are capable of having that forum experience. So it's a natural refresher because it's coming up repeatedly over time for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So one follow-up is if you're doing the form, then that would involve some coaching. I'm wondering, typically, are you also doing individual coaching for the leaders who are a part of the workshop? So is that kind of a natural follow-up?
We like to. I think that, just to be very frank, there's often there's a budgetary issue, right? About we're willing to invest this much in the workshop. One-on-one coaching takes a lot of time, and so we love when we can do that, even if it's even a couple of calls per leader, because they get a chance to really test this out and practice in a more intensive situation than you can in a group context, but it often becomes a budget question.
The other question was, when you have a group that's all within an organization, do you find that it's much harder to create that safe space? I mean, we don't know each other, so we're a lot more open with sharing our stuff.
Yep.
How do you create that when everyone's in the same organization and might be working together on some of the areas that are causing a challenge?
Yep. So it's a great question, and we deal with it every time, right? So the one rule we have is that we try not to have reporting relationships in the room, although sometimes it's unavoidable. We just finished a program last week where we had a bunch of reporting relationships in the room, and we just said to them, if you'd rather not do this work with your person who reports to you or your boss, then just find other partners. And a lot of times they actually worked together, and they loved it. They ended up having important conversations in the context. And we did it at another professional services firm last week with partners, managers, principals, and consultants all in the room, and they all had a field day. And we were really thought if there was going to be a place that, one, they were going to get in their heads and say, okay, wait a minute, what's the ROI here? And two, you know, as a partner, I'm not going to look like an idiot in front of a consultant. And it was seamless. Like, it was really easy. Yeah, there's such a hunger to learn.
That would be an assumption we're making.
I was just gonna, you know, offer that same thing and bring it back to what we were talking about earlier. And I can tell you pretty definitively, it has not been our experience that has been an issue. Yeah, Rebecca.
So I could see this being applicable to many different audiences, but I'm wondering if you feel like there's a sweet spot for this in an organisation in terms of the type of audience participant that really, this is just great. They come away and this is really opened up my eyes.
So I want to have a yes answer, because every marketing bone in my body says like having a niche is a good thing, but we've done it at literally all levels, and it's just we haven't found a place where it hasn't worked. What I'll tell you is that the first there's a really nice trajectory that happens about the engagement. So normally people come to workshop 1 and you've got a mixture of I'm really excited to be here and I have to be here. And by the end of workshop 1, you've got to like, this was interesting, there were parts that were fun. I'm not sure it feels uncomfortable. By workshop 2, the discomfort increases. So then there's really like, they're chewing on it, how does this work? And by workshop 3, everyone's in heaven. And then workshop 4, it's a love fest. And so, and we've seen, it's true.
I think we just call the workshops.
Love Fest, there you go.
Love Fest.
But we've seen it at really senior levels and at really junior levels, that same cadence seems to, although I will say Teach for America was different. They had a Love Fest the whole time. I think the whole teacher thing, it was like coming out of workshop 1, they're like, this is the greatest. Workshop 2, no, this was the greatest. So but they're different. They're a very special
I think it was the same arc, just a tad more nuanced.
Yeah. I don't know. I never got that initial distraught.
The question I would ask, back is where do you believe that being able to make this kind of a shift in the way people communicate will have the highest leverage in your organization? And I would encourage us to have that conversation.
It's great
as a starting point.
The biggest barrier we find actually is time.
Yeah.
4 or 5 hour workshops is a chunk of time. And if you don't go in understanding the value, it's a hard thing for a senior leader to bite off.
I actually think you have a good model, because I'm working with vendors that are trying to get them down from 2 days or even 1 day to half a day, because it just won't work. This model, I think, works a lot better. Certainly in our organisation, people will go to half day, and often if they go to 1 day, they'll say, I'm sure you could have done that in half a day.
Right.
So, yeah, that's from my perspective.
With a geographically dispersed organization, so we're doing this program in India, we're doing all 4 workshops across 3 days, because they have people all over the country. And they literally can't fly them in 4 times to do this. And so we're doing a condensed version, but then we're doing quite a number of learning calls after to continue to lock in the learning. I saw nods of like geography.
There are a number of different ways that we're tailoring that it's a similar loop that either gets compressed or expanded depending on the geographic and operational necessities. Yeah, Karen.
The learning calls, how do you get people to engage on those and to really focus? Because I'm assuming those are conference calls where people are in lots of different locations.
Yeah.
Do you find that people are able to focus on the phone and that they're mindful and in the moment?
Yeah?
Yeah. There are a couple things there. I was just thinking it also relates to this question of having a really listening conversation on the phone. A couple things about that is that there are, as coaches, when we were trained, a lot of the work that we do in our executive coaching is on the phone. Mm-hmm. So we learned in our DNA as coming up as coaches that you can absolutely do these things on the phone, and being on the phone actually offers some unique advantages in terms of really listening. You're not distracted by a lot of things that often you could be distracted by, and you're really listening when you're talking on the phone. And we as leaders apply those same characteristics when we do a conference call, and typically there'll be a group of 18 to 24 in the class. Of that group, some subset will be on the call, so it's never more than the 24 to 25. And we have operating principles, and we know everybody.
And we both went to business school, so we cold call.
Exactly. So we're able to. We haven't found that to be a constraint or a real challenge, I guess is the way I'd like to put that. Yeah.
So you mentioned 18 to 24 there. That's a good size for classes?
Yeah, so it's a great size for a class. We'll go up to as much as 30 depending upon the audience. We can go much bigger, but then you change the format. So
smaller? I'm assuming.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's easy. We're planning a program in January, March of 300, and possibly one in January of over 500.
Wow.
Yeah. So you have to just work the whole process differently, right? Yes, exactly. Any old partner, there'll be one near you. Yeah. So I think we should take a quick break and then come back and finish up any Q&A. Okay, welcome back.
I have a quick announcement before.
You do?
Yeah, which is that we have many tea drinkers in here, some of which think for some reason this room is cold. I can't imagine that. And we are getting, hot water is coming, and we are still working the temperature issue. So we'll let you know when the hot waters arrive, but take heart, there'll be one more cup of tea for you before the end of the day.
Good. So we're going to take the next 20 minutes or so and give you some time to talk amongst your table about 3 questions, and to both engage in the conversation and to practice some of what you've learned about really listening and not knowing, and curiosity and helpful questions. So the 3 questions we want to pose are: what have you learned today? How does this relate to your leadership, you personally? And what's next for you? I'm going to ask if one person from the table of 6 could come up here just so we balance tables a little. Can I get a volunteer? Be great. Thank you, Deb.
You can take 2.
Oh, right, you could take 2 if you wanted. Yeah. And Chris and I are going to join you at the table. We're not going to talk. We're just going to be silent not knowers, just because we want to hear what it is you're taking away. And I would encourage you to not just practice some of the parts of the coaching approach you've learned today, but also encourage one another in your practice. So if someone asks a great, helpful question, tell them it was a great, helpful question. Yeah. If someone appears to not be listening, encourage them to listen. If someone's making things up because they think they know, tell them they're making things up. It's my favorite one. You are making that up.
Yeah.
We say that with a lot of love to one another.
That's true.
You made that up. Anything I've missed?
No, I didn't make it up. Yeah.
I know.
Any questions about the questions? Is that clear for people?
That's good.
Okay, great. Let's
have at
converse.
Well, I think I have a much better understanding of who you are as a company. In terms of what your coaching approach is, because I've been, I've got people who need to be coached as well as people who have to learn how to coach. And that would be, we were talking about this a couple minutes ago. There are a number, at what level, it's kind of at all levels, and I had mentioned that it's not only for managers. I think that's very important, because we don't do like the leadership courses or management development, we just don't do that. That's not where the money's spent. If they're really going to spend money, it's going to be on the business. In terms of you doing your job and getting business and managing people's accounts and investing and what have you. That's where the focus is, unfortunately. But there is a need, and our new CEO does see this. People just don't know how to give feedback to people. And not only if you're a manager, but colleague to colleague, and also to our clients as well. So I see this for all different levels and all different types of people. And I was just very, very curious as to what your approach was. And I think I have a better understanding of that. What I do like is, going back, we had talked about this, I can't get people into a classroom for 2 or 3 days. I can't even get them in for 1 day. If if we were to do this, it would be, excuse me, it'd be a half a day, and
It is, isn't it?
what I do like is that it is spread out over a period of time, so that the skills that have been taught and practiced during that half day, then you take away in the next 3, 4, 5 weeks, you're able to practice those skills. But then you're coming back to discuss. I mean, obviously there's workshop too, but I'm sure there's, follow-up as to, how was it for you these last 3 or 4 weeks? Were you able, what worked, what didn't work? So there's follow-up, which is good, because many times you go to a workshop, you leave, maybe some people do it, maybe they don't. I just kind of like the idea of being able to practice and then having follow-up and also accountability.
You said earlier on, Thomas, about your own coaching style. You said you learned something about your own. I was curious as to what that was.
Yeah, I tend to, I deal with problems all day long.
Yeah.
I do.
I bet.
It's one problem after another. And a lot of it.
Thank you. Will you join the table if you have to stand right here and just listen or take notes?
Right. Not much coaching there.
and especially when it comes to policy, but there are times when, knowing when to say absolutely nothing, because there are times when people just want you to listen. Ed was very good at that. I listened, and he wasn't looking for answers, nor would I give him answers. Nor do I really like to give answers when it comes to problems that people are having, especially in their personal life. I don't even like to get into that, although many times the personal life comes into play. But I don't go there because I don't want anyone to ever say, Tom said, this is what I should do. When it comes to managing people and leading people, I have to, yes, I like the analogy of the word because I give advice, it's almost, you do have a reaction to it. Many times I want to tell you how you as a manager should handle it. But what I like about it is getting them to figure it out for themselves. And that's asking questions. And I also think it works better if they have figured it out for themselves. Makes them feel good. I came up with this, and this is what I'm going to do, rather than I was told to do it.
So I'm sort of a steady stream of people just talk about my office. Hey, what's your pipeline? Here's some of the things I'm thinking about. So I have a lot of situations like that are very easy for me just to be like, so, how are things going? What do you really like about that project? I think it's actually applying it more to how do I lead my team, or like more deliberately to things other than just those. It could be very effective in those conversations, but
thinking a little bit more broadly about just my leadership style and applying it to how I lead my group or things like that, I think is where I'll have to focus more.
Always nice to get that
Be a little bit more deliberate
validation,
about
but it was good because.
What do you think would change?
Here's another approach, but it complements, it works really well with other approaches
So
as well.
I find that I spend a lot of time knowing how our consultants, like I prioritize finding out how our consultants are feeling and the people in my staff on the cases, I actually tend to have a pretty good read of how they're doing. Where I get more critical feedback is applied to the people who are in internal roles and the people in our finance group or graphics group or sort of our support positions. I'm not viewed as someone who is as much of an advocate or as much who just focuses as much on the development of that group. Less so my own team, but but if I'm going to look critically at myself, I think my own team as well. Like I have people in my HR group that I don't sit down and have those conversations on a daily basis of like, hey, how are you really enjoying what you're doing? Like, what are you, like, those discussions tend to be a little bit more transactional. And, how are you doing on this, piece of analysis you're doing, or are people getting back to you on this versus that, and I think it would be empowering.
I don't know how formal or informal you want to take that.
It's like I apply it to the people who I staff in the cases, to the people on the consulting side.
Yeah. That's why I said it's a whole can of worms.
Interesting. I'm curious too, in your organizations, do you have leaders? I'm sort of thinking of senior leaders, but I'd sort of be various places that sort of demonstrate this sort of way of being, or that are, perhaps one of the people that you point to and say, well, so and so is a great example of this kind of leadership.
That's a really important point because I love the
in other words, is there a precedent for people using these skills, at some level in the organization?
I can think of certain individuals, and then I think of places where they're also non-examples. And maybe that's right. Maybe it's this idea of everybody has a number of things in their toolkit, and they're using these tools in some situations and not in others.
And I think that's a really important point.
I also think we're just going through a lot of changes right now. Teach for America, and
I think we all
that probably leaders at all levels of the organization are really wrestling with what that
That's
means.
aside. Put that aside. We're good on that. I would think that really, like you said, emphasize the leadership.
I can actually think of some leaders who are viewed as very good leaders within the organization, but this is actually a huge weakness for them.
Yeah. I can imagine that. That's a pretty familiar profile, that you suggested. Yeah.
Like they're sort of their role models, and people like them and want to be like them. But where they break down is like they just don't mentor. They don't engage people. They go in and talk to them versus engaging them.
Very different platform to coach as an internal leader than it is to come in. I mean, this is like, sorry, excuse my language, no shit Sherlock, but it's a bit, I've coached for so long as an external coach and consultant, and now I'm one of these people that we're talking, I'm within the
You're one of them.
leader. Yes, I have responsibility for putting on programs, but I still have a team and a function that I am contributing to the organization as a leader. So I'm thinking all the time, I find that really hard to do now. Yeah, I know about listening, but I could help somebody else with their listening, but I've got to do it myself. And so now I have to, swallow my own wisdom. And it's just really dawning on me how hard that is. And all those times I've sat in your, I wouldn't put myself in your shoes, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't do as good a job. But when I've been at the front workshops, and I'm thinking, why is this so hard?
Right.
And now I'm sat here and thinking, why is it so hard now?
It's just different when you're in the seat.
You know, and you suddenly, you know, I can always remember saying, oh, I know, when you've got that to-do list, and then this, you know, suddenly then somebody comes into your office with a problem, and, you know, and I said all those things, and now it's like it happens on a day-to-day basis. So I'm beginning to have more empathy for the people who I am looking to, you know, develop a learning curriculum for. So it really relates to my leadership in many different, both for me as leader, but also in terms of what I'm trying to build in the organisation. I think what's next for me was Chris's question: is where would coaching, or you know, these relationship skills really have the most leverage in the organisation? And I really, Thomas, you said you would be interested in the client manager. I mean, that would be a massive win for us with our client managers. But we don't have a leader in that part of the organisation that believes in this stuff. But yeah, so that's my next step, is to seek a wider audience.
I really don't either. This is what I see the need for, though.
Yeah, no, I need to. We have this big thing about seeking a wider audience within Wellington, and I need to go seek a wider audience and talk about this. Bring this conversation into the organisation with the HR business partners who are fantastic.
And what's the next step for you in your leadership?
Me, in my leadership. You know, it's really interesting. When I was coming on this course, my boss said, yeah, I'll approve it, you know, if you want to go on it. He said, but I'm not sure it's really what you need to for your development.
Is that what he said to you?
Yeah, well, I mean, I hate people. I've always I don't want to be one of those people that comes to workshops and say, oh, I've done all this before. It's like, well, of course, I've learned a lot today around listening and different ways of curiosity and not knowing. But I'm sure I've done coaching, you know, so I can understand him saying that. So what is my development strategy? And I really don't know. I think I need some coaching about that. Yeah. I really don't know. It's been so long, like, focusing on other people's development.
Nice.
It's been very helpful.
Great.
You know, you were mentioning mentoring earlier, Deb. I think there's this conversation becomes more interesting to, you know, to people who may not be completely bought into, you know, this as being the way to operate, because it is just one way to operate. It's a way to operate that has tends to have not gotten very much emphasis in the corporate and large organizational community. So we talk a lot about it, but it's one way of operating. You know, it's like that ratio of 5 good things to 1 good thing. You know, a 10-to-1 ratio isn't necessarily a good thing. Yeah.
Could be a piece of that.
Can you help me put a situation in context then using this approach? So like, and I'm gonna draw a parallel to our work, but like, let's say you are training a new person, and you both leave a classroom where a teacher is not performing. You see that students aren't performing. The person feels like it's a good classroom. So like
the person being the teacher?
Let's say you are a coach of teacher coaches.
Yeah.
The teacher coach is like, that was a good lesson.
Yeah.
And you're like, students weren't learning, so it wasn't a good lesson. Like, can you just illustrate for me, like, how would you engage there?
Sure, that's a great question. That's a wonderful setup. And then this is a role play. We don't like to do role plays, but no, that's fine. That's fine. But am I an expert in a classroom? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I have that credibility coming into the fashion, you know, and I might. We're just having fun here, so okay. So hope the camera's not on. I might, and you are the teacher coach. Say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretend I'm the
Fine.
teacher coach.
And Deb's the teacher, but she's not going to be part of the conversation, so we won't worry about it. I might say, so Leah, I appreciate you inviting me into the classroom today, and I'm really looking forward to talking to you about this, and some stuff is coming to me because I sense that we may have a very different view of what's going on in that classroom, just from what I've seen before, and I want to check that out with you, and I want to talk about it. And I want to have this conversation, and let me know how you think about this. I want to have this conversation under the idea that you asked me to come into the classroom, and that you know, my perspective is something that's important here. Is that fair?
Yeah,
Is that okay? Great. So here's what I've noticed. I noticed that when I looked at what was happening in the classroom, that I did not get a sense that there was learning going on in the case of the children. And I noticed A, B, C, D, and E. I would, in this case, you know, parenthetically, I would try to focus on very specific things that I saw. You know, objective observations. You know, that what was I would have expected the children to be asking questions and not simply filling out worksheets.
Yeah.
I would have expected that there would be a lot more time devoted to working in small groups. There are 3 or 4 other things.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't see those things. So from my perspective, I would give that, quite frankly, I'd give that classroom a very low rating. Now, based on what you said coming out of the meeting, I'm getting the impression that you felt that was a really good coaching. So that was a really good classroom. So the first thing I want to understand is, what did you see in there that you know, really sparked your interest and gave you that feeling that things were going very well?
That makes sense. That makes sense. That's helpful.
You know, it's sort of the I'm not going to shy away from my opinion in this situation,
Yeah.
and because that's not helping. In other words, it's interesting when we get into the second workshop about creative, you know, complete and capable. We're not holding our colleagues as capable, creative, and complete. If we're holding back on, it's going to tear them apart. If I say this, they're going to, you know, they're going to run screaming from the room. It's fascinating. And when we did the Teach for America work, it was one of the.
So when I own the executive coaching process for our leaders, so one of my steps is to kind of refresh that and the tools and the measurements and everything around that process as a process owner, and then certainly continue to work with our leaders on how we build a coaching culture and how we take next steps on some things we even have on how we reinforce it. Because I think for most, it's drinking from a fire hose. They don't have a chance to practice it and get reinforcement around it. And we're also starting some of these concepts way earlier, that we have a first-time manager development process. I know there's a ton to engage with new managers on. This is something that falls right into that first series of development conversations that we have with them. Because they're stepping in, you never know what kind of situation they're stepping into with their team. High performing, terrible, need to hire people, have performance issues, whatever. We need to be able to meet them where they are in order to help them figure out what to do with their leadership. So
can I make an observation at this table? Is that okay? So I'm noticing, and you haven't shared your perspectives yet, so this may be not true, but I'm noticing a lot of energy toward talking about the leaders in your organization and less willingness to talk about yourselves. So with each of you, I've sort of tried to come back to what does it mean for you and there's a lot of energy about like your team and the organization and how they'll respond. And it sounds like Rebecca, you were a little bit more about implicating yourself about what it means for you, and I'm just curious about what that is, like what's there.
The way that you actually bring the desired outcomes and values into practice is through helpful questions and really listening. So you really
it gives me energy. You know, it reinforces things that I'm doing. It presented me with new things, new mindsets. So it gives me energy, it gives me confidence. That's what it means.
Got it. All right, there you go. There's a lot of by golly right there.
Yeah.
Good. How about Tom and Renata? What?
I like that confidence. I don't know, no one's ever asked me that. It's always other people.
Yeah, maybe it's like that's your role, like you're always about everyone else. Yeah. That's what you were saying, like you're always worried about everyone else's development. It was odd to sort of think about your own.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's just a very. While we were going over this, I mean, I thought about myself.
Yeah.
You know, in situations with people and my conversations with them, my coaching. And do I think of myself as a coach? No, I don't. I'm not a professional coach. I advise. And that's my job, is to advise people. Whether or not they take that advice.
Whole other story.
You know.
exposed to most sort of positive feedback?
For me, yes, I mean, it was self-awareness. Do I do this? Don't I do it? Do I need to do more of it? So it was very much a self-awareness.
And it sounds like you're so used to focusing on everyone else that when the question comes, what does this mean? You go to, what does this mean for my organization, right? It's like you're not in the equation.
Yes, I mean,
Yeah, I see that.
Very good at talking about other people,
right.
the organization, and when it comes to myself.
Yeah. How about you, Renata? Same thing or something different?
I think a lot of similar things. I think it continues to help me become more self-aware of how I show up to others and how I'd like to show up. And to what degree that needs to be different, whether it's to peers or to people who are direct reports or other folks I mentor or have relationships with in the business. I think it is so uplifting and inspiring in such a positive way to lead instead of having everything be a gap, which I've just banished from my vocabulary.
Right.
That I think to your point that it's inspirational. Kind of takes things inside out. Takes inside out way of leading and developing folks. And it's very contrary to how I grew up in business and how most people are around me. So it's kind of countercultural too.
Yeah.
Well, there certainly have been some very high-level articles that have been written. There was an article in the New Yorker written by a surgeon that came out who has a personal coach, and that was a big. I have people come up to me, "Oh, you're in coaching. You saw that article in the New Yorker." And Eric Schmidt from Google has a little clip about using a coach, an executive coach, and some of these things are just now being organized and finding more dissemination. But a lot of people being trained to be coaches, that these groups are putting them out. So.
And I hear it from people coming like right out of some of our analysts who have come right out of undergrad, and they're sort of saying, I want to do a couple years of consulting, and then potentially, end up in the coaching, end up in the coaching field. And I think of it as you have sort of a career of life experiences, and then you end up in the
I sure hope that's the case. Yeah, that's certainly the story I've been telling everybody. So that's why I made a decision to become a coach at this late stage in my life. But I do believe, I think I know some fantastic coaches that have no business experience that are coaching in the corporate world. So it's not a question of can it be possible or not possible, but certainly one of the things that I've experienced and many of us experience at the BODA group is that there is, even though it's all about the client's agenda, we're not experts, we're not consulting, there is something that's very important about creating that safe space in the environment of trust. Many people feel better, and it's easier for them to establish a relationship with someone they feel has had something similar to happen to them, or just experience in general, or had that kind of thing. And so it's not required to be an effective coach. And actually, to implement the skills of coaching, it's sort of important that you take the expert hat off, as we've talked about today, and at the same time, just as the colleague's whole life is part of what might come into one of these conversations, because they're just that kind of conversation. It's the same thing. The coach brings their whole self to the situation. So that's interesting. Yeah.
I have a coach who is not a member of our organization. And I think there's something really cool about that, because she brings, and I've been thinking about how to give my team more access to those types of experiences where there's a knowledgeable other who, there's just a different perspective that you bring when you don't talk the language of a very strong cultural language and dynamic, etc. That sort of, I think, for me, it's just opened up a lot to me that wasn't previously available, nor did my manager have time to do it.
Yeah.
So it's nice to just have a third neutral, very, very neutral, and always looking out for me, really, and has no agenda of their own.
Yeah.
So.
And that translates well in the executive coaching, work that we do as well. It's the same sort of thing. It's like there's so many dynamics going on. There's so many politics and political battles going on. If you're talking with somebody that is not part of that, that's great. that could be a real value. And the idea of you don't really get an opportunity to have these kinds of conversations, like we were saying all the time, even having 6 minutes of this conversation is pretty rare. So if you have a regular time where you can do that for 45 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it is, that's a huge benefit.
I look forward to it for days.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see her and have that experience. Yeah.
So I love this. What's next? That's such a great, powerful question. So what's next for you? What's coming out of here?
I think this just begs the question of how I create this in my relationships with the people I manage, so that we sort of, if I can't get them that experience from somebody else, how I can give it to them without, with the same, give them that experience. Ultimately, I want to develop them. That's my ultimate goal.
Yeah.
And for us to have a growth culture on the team and not a strictly outcomes-based culture. So I'm thinking about what it takes.
Sure. Okay. Let's give us another minute. Yeah. So.
Might take one more minute at your tables, and then we're gonna regroup.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what it's going to take to make that happen.
Yeah.
Both my skills, but also just my own mindset of what my role is.
How about you, Deb? Let's do a quick. We'll get around to it. Bottom line.
I talked a little bit before about I want to more deliberately apply some of this to the part of the business that I don't put as much attention to, that I don't naturally gravitate towards as much, and I think it's a good way for people to make some personal connections in that area, and also just learn more about what people are struggling with, and how I can help think about career paths and such.
Beautiful. That's great. How about you, Leah?
Yeah, I think I'm thinking about how to cultivate and develop these habits and mindsets in my own practice consistently. And I think probably I do that through a lot of reflection, structured reflection. But I think that's the one thing, because I see so much. I see just a lot of value in this approach, and I'm trying to figure out how to make that ingrained.
Fantastic. Yeah. Siobhan.
I really like the helpful questions. I'm really
back to that. Yeah.
Go back and try the helpful questions. I think another thing that I'm realizing is that I work really hard to keep people out of the river, trying to go back to the river analogy, and it's exhausting. And then I need to figure out what that relationship looks like, so I can be on the shore and hold the rope. But I think I try to really protect people, and I need to let go and empower them as leaders.
That's a great use of that metaphor. It's just because when you think about the river being their life and their career, takes on a little, I mean, I sense you, when you were saying, you were thinking about the river as, sort of the turbulence that we're going through, but it is also their life, and it's their career, it's their path. So that's fascinating. Well, thank you all for sharing that stuff. That's great. Good.
Okay, let's come back together.
Everybody?
So I'm going to do that and then you can
All right, we're going to go into our close and end a little early today. Before we do that, I just want to read a couple of pieces of feedback we've gotten about this that really felt good to us to hear. So one participant said recently, I'm continually surprised at how many questions I have walking out, parentheses, in a good way, that will keep me growing. I appreciate how I feel like skills I already had are now unleashed versus feeling like I was only a learner in this process. You've really pushed my thinking in a productive, great way. I'm so grateful for this workshop. I and we as an organization have much to learn from you. Thank you for working to understand us and our needs and pushing our development.
Wow. Can I read one?
Sure.
I have my own little collection. This one just came out from some of the things we were talking about today. I had never thought of coaching as getting colleagues to their own desired outcomes before this approach. Now when I look back and think about how hard I worked to invest team members in my own ideas, I realized how backwards I had things. We have people who already want to solve their problems and need our guidance in getting there. We should be gently pushing from behind rather than pulling from ahead. I thought that was just a great one.
Great. So we're gonna, Hendy's gonna hand out some feedback forms. We're gonna ask you to share some feedback with you, and then we're gonna do a very quick close just to sort of bring the day together. So we are eager to hear anything that you have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. And when you're done with your feedback, just wave to Hendy or Nancy and they'll give you your assignment. Raise your hand if you still need more time with the feedback. All right. So we are going to close, and we have a very specific BODA way that we always close, which is we have 3 questions, there's usually 3, that we'd like you to respond to. One thing I learned today that is important to me is, ... What this means for my leadership is, and I'm leaving today feeling something. So I'll give you a second to reflect on those, and then we do this Quaker meeting style. Whoever wants to start, starts, and that's how we go. Who's ready to close? Yeah.
This is acceptable, but I mean, the thing I've learned today is sort of what that person said on the evaluation that you read about leading from behind or not
Yeah.
from ahead. I mean, I just feel like that quote just captured like the essence of what I've been thinking about as it relates to how I grow as a manager.
Great. And what does this mean for your leadership?
So I think what this means is I have to change my orientation to leadership challenges, less about how do I get these people to get to my desired outcome, and more about, you know, like almost to get a little more zen about it. Like maybe the desired outcome is that they are getting there themselves, and maybe that's actually the desired outcome.
Nice.
So I'm feeling challenged, but in a good way.
Challenged, but in a good way? Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda.
One thing I learned today is that it's important that less is more in my approach to my coaching, and I think that actually it will enable my leadership to be more coming from who I am naturally. I think there's something very natural about this to me. So I'm excited about that, and I already have plans for how I'm going to use this tomorrow, so I'm excited about that.
Great. So you're leaving today feeling excited.
Yeah, and energized about
Great.
trying this out and sort of playing in the sandbox with it. So
Nice. We love the sandbox metaphor. Shows up in workshop too. Literally.
There is a sandbox.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Karen.
One thing I learned today, just reinforcing the idea that really listening has a huge impact on your audience. And it was a reminder, because I think we all know that, but just experiencing it yourself is really helpful. What this means for my leadership is no more multitasking. But more importantly, I think trying to apply more of a coaching theory or approach where, as others have mentioned, I'm doing more listening and probing with helpful questions than trying to solve people's problems or direct them to a certain place.
Great.
And I'm feeling hopeful.
Hopeful. Nice. Thanks, Karen.
So I've said this a few times today, but definitely the one thing I learned today is that I need to ask the right questions for the person I'm coaching to come to a conclusion, or at least ask the right questions so that they can be a little bit more retrospective about the situation, instead of me saying, okay, this is how you want to handle it. I'm trying to fix
makes it. And I think what this means for my leadership is that it will allow me to allow others to empower themselves. Will provide them with more empowerment. And I'm living today feeling definitely excited about it, and how, looking forward to how it will affect our organization.
Great. Thanks, Christina.
Great, thank you.
So you go. So one thing I learned today that's important to me is my hypotheses are possibly good, but not always helpful.
Oh, there's another quote for us.
And I think what this means for my leadership is it's about my intention, and to be clear about what my intention is more in those day-to-day moments. My coaching, what am I doing here, and what's my purpose? And I'm leaving today feeling pretty refreshed, and I'm also looking forward to bringing this conversation into the organisation.
Great. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd say that today reinforced that the power is with the other person and not with me. And that I think based on my personality and style, what it means for my leadership is that I have to remain vigilant on staying focused and in the moment, and avoid distractions, and that you can't hurry people and relationships. You can hurry tasks, but you can't hurry people. So this is an approach for me where you can go slow in order to go fast. And today I'm leaving today feeling energized and refreshed. Those are probably the best adjectives that people have already said.
Great. Thanks, Renata.
I think my thoughts echo a lot of what's been shared already. I think it really reinforced the importance of colleague-driven leadership and leading through empowering others. So I want to be a lot more intentional about putting all these things that we've learned into practice. And I'm leaving today feeling very eager to practice.
Great. Thanks, Leah.
Thanks, Leah.
One thing I learned today that's important to me is the power of using helpful questions to get clearer on an issue and help people generate their own solutions. What this means for my leadership is I need to recommit to not accepting the monkeys, to use your vocabulary. I've thought about that and sort of lost that at a certain point. And I'm realizing that that's important for me and then also for the people that I work with. And I'm leaving today feeling contemplative, just like I have a lot to think about.
Nice. Thanks, Siobhan.
Beautiful.
I think what I've learned today, amongst many things, one of which is the really listening component and those basic tools that can help to not only re-generate myself, but also bring that back to my organization. And I am really feeling very excited, as well as being hopeful. I think that's a really great word that describes how my takeaway is.
Great. Thank you.
One thing for me, I guess, going in with an open mind, without having a preconceived notion of that person or the situation. And that also, I don't always have to be the one to give the person the answer. It's getting them to come up with the answer or the right way of going about it. And I think if I do that, I become more of a role model. And I guess I'm leaving here today feeling very positive about what has been taught about your approach as a company. So, and further in those discussions.
Thanks, Tom.
Fantastic. Thanks, Tom.
One thing I learned that I'm focused on is just the whole not knowing kind of phenomenon. I think one thing I pride myself on it with the leaders is really understanding their business. So oftentimes I find myself in that feeling like I need them to think I know, and I do know a lot of it, but I think I can be more helpful using the not knowing in order to kind of help empower them to get, to some of the answers on their own. And I guess it goes into what this means for my leadership is that, I really see kind of where I am is in a place where I need to kind of coach through employees rather than execute myself. And I'm feeling empowered.
Great. Nancy?
I am struck today by how useful this is for HR people, and I'm really happy about that. And what this means for me, I think, in my role at the BODA group is I'm really passionate about bringing this to more of you because I know how much I needed it when I sat in your shoes. So I'm leaving inspired and passionate.
Thanks. Andy?
One thing I guess I was reminded of is how when several people talk about being refreshed and how spacious these kind of skills can be, and just in terms of the conversation it creates and the relationship it creates. It doesn't feel like that burden of having to solve someone's problem, like it's another to-do list. And so that spaciousness. And what this means for my work and leadership at the BODA group is similar to Nancy, just really excited about continuing to bring this to my clients. And today I'm feeling really inspired and excited by all of you.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you. One thing I learned today that is very important for me is a new dimension of not knowing, and really applying not knowing in even more parts of the work that I do and the relationships I have. I think one of the implications for my leadership at the BODA group is the idea of really modeling all of these elements in all of my affairs and all of the conversations that I have with people. And I am leaving today feeling very grateful. Grateful for the team that I work with and the opportunity to be with all of you, and especially grateful for all of your contributions and your attention and your focus and your careful, deep thought and participation, really showing up and being part of this through the entire day.
Thanks. Yeah. So you took we'll share the one thing we learned today. I really learned today how just the importance of not knowing, but also how hard it is to communicate it to people and to have them experience it. And I believe, and I have to talk to one of our colleagues who got her PhD in psychology who would know this better than I did, but I believe there's something fundamental about the discomfort of not knowing that has us even struggle to learn it. So one thing I learned today is I'm not knowing about not knowing. And there's more I need to know there. Like I don't quite get yet how to,
I think that means you know.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm totally not knowing. What it means for my leadership is to think about even leading these workshops with my colleagues, that having us continue to be in a place of not knowing. At the break, Hendy said something really important to us. She said something like, Jennifer, you and Chris don't have to know, right? When these questions are raised, there's wisdom in the group here. There's knowing in the group. Let's invite some of them to know. And that was just such a great reminder, right? We don't have to know, because we don't know all of it. And so having you all participate more in that. So it was a great suggestion, Hendy. Thank you. And I'm leaving today feeling satiated and tired and hopeful for all of you, and really inspired by what's happened here today. So with that, we're complete. Thank you for being here, engaging, and it was really a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.